good way to get people to sit down, right? Good morning. Bright and chipper and loud on a early in the day. Hopefully you guys have had a great evening. I know that I truly enjoyed it. I just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors one more time. We have had great contribution both in our exhibitor area as well as in the room. Once again, thank you to our sponsors, Hydro One, TELUS Business, Cooperators, Scotiabank, Ontario Turkey, Farm Credit Canada and Beef Farmers of Ontario, Ontario Power Generation, and Dairy Farmers of Ontario, Egg Farmers of Ontario, Princess Auto, CWB National Leasing, the Greenbelt Foundation, Canada's Oil and Natural Gas Products, Mushroom Canada, Ontario Pork, Chicken Farmers of Ontario, and Wallenstein Feed and Supply. Please join me in thanking them. And if you didn't get a chance to see them, some of them when they were in the exhibitor hall, please, if you meet them, tell them that we really appreciate their sponsorship of our event. And I will pass this on to Drew and possibly Crispin later. Thanks, everyone.
Well, good morning, everyone. Just a couple of things to clean up. There is if you own a white Dodge Ram truck, license plate BW 25492, please see Margaret on the far side here waving. Also, we need to distribute the clickers for our voting session, so if you could stand, if you have a red lanyard and you're a voting delegate, please stand. Staff are going to run around with some clickers and distribute those. We'll have a quick test question. And then we've got one thing to clean up from yesterday. We had to skip over one of our speakers, and we're going to run through that quickly this morning. All right, if you've got your clicker, please take your seat. You'll see, actually we'll pull it up on the screen, I think. We do have a test question coming up. It's a little simpler today. Pineapple belongs on pizza. True or false, yes or no, in favor or opposed? Please vote. I got one, thanks. If you just came in the door and you haven't received a clicker yet, please catch up with someone from staff in one of the corners. I think voting is still open on the test question. How many pineapple fans do we have here? Ugh, no way. Just meat belongs on pizza, meat and cheese. Yes, oh, sorry, you're right. I'm just sharing, no influence. All right, can we close the voting? And the results. In favor. Unbelievable. Yeah, I'm not sure how much stock we can put in the rest of the resolutions today after that. All right. As I said, we've got one speaker to clean up from yesterday. We do have a speaker today, Jack Wilkeson from the Cooperators. Every year at our AGM, we have a short presentation from the Cooperators. And not only is the Cooperators an OFA benefit partner, but the two organizations share a long history that dates back to just after World War II, when farmers found it challenging to find insurance to meet their unique needs. I am one of the two delegates that OFA sends to the Cooperators, and our next speaker sits on the Cooperators Board of Directors. Jack Wilkeson is a former president of both OFA and the CFA, Canadian Federation of Agriculture, and he also served 3 terms as president of the International Federation of Agriculture Producers, which is now the World Farmers Organization. Please join me in welcoming Jack Wilkeson.
Thank you very much. I agree with, I'd be worried about the resolutions with that vote there as well. So anyway, I'm a meat and onion and cheese person on my pizza. Thank you very much for having me. I know you ran over a bit with your resolutions yesterday, and I won't take the full amount of time this morning either because you've got a lot of things to do. So I'll give you the abbreviated version. Many people last night heard the long version. I still practice my speech at night when I'm drinking because I find I'm much smarter the more I drink. So that occurred then. So just quickly on the Cooperators, I know with your introduction you made it clear that you're a member owner in Cooperators. You're probably the largest member owner in Cooperators from the history, and then the two organizations, the Ontario and the National, merged and created the Cooperators back 75 years ago. And it has a big impact on your budget. And we have, over the years, we've changed the structure of the Cooperators so that we pay patronage on shares and insurance, have created plans that hopefully help our members as well. Cooperators is the largest farm insurer in Ontario, and it's by far the largest national farm insurer because we offer it across the country. In the last 4 years alone in Ontario, over 10% growth in policy count, which is pretty significant when you consider how many farms have left farming during that time period as well. So in a shrinking market in numbers, we've actually grown the policy count. So that shows that you have faith. One of the things I would like to pass on to you, though, is there are some small benefits that come with being an OFA member and having a Cooperators insurance policy. But you have to talk to your advisor and make sure that connection is made so that you get those benefits. We can't do it because of confidentiality rules. So there's no way Cooperators can just ask for your list and add you. You have to do it yourself. So talk to your advisor and make sure that that's happened. We have less than 30% of OFA members who actually have the Cooperators identification and get those benefits. We normally have paid patronage over the time period of probably around $600,000 is what it's worked out to OFA. The last 2 years have been significantly above that. I think last year was around 1.5 million. And so the good thing there is when Cooperators makes money, its members make money. We pay patronage based on the profit of the organization. So the membership, which is now 46 members across the country that own all the shares in Cooperators, it goes back to you as well, which is a very, very positive thing. We also support many, many organizations, small co-ops, healthcare co-ops, mental health care co-ops, 42 some last year to the tune of around $900,000 to help them get started, get organized so that they can offer services to their country and their region in the area that which they work. We've gone on the path, which I'm sure you have as well, of changing our structure a little bit, trying to make sure our board is more inclusive, make sure we're more inclusive from a hiring point of view. We want to reflect where we have an office, reflect the community in which we're operating in. So if it's in downtown Brampton rather, it's going to look different than it's going to look in Guelph because the makeup of the people who live and work in that community is different. So we've undergone a large push there, as well as we're doing some work in reconciliation with First Nations, which a number of organizations have as well, and we've got a plan in place to make that something more meaningful, because we have a very large office in Regina, and quite frankly, it does not reflect the community of 25 or about 20% First Nations in the province of Saskatchewan. So we've got a program in place to connect and recruit and make them part of our workforce and respond better to the needs in that community. So I think with that, I would just like to encourage you to participate. We've had good directors. Jerry Commence was a director for years. He's no longer on the board. I just wanted to thank him on behalf of cooperators. I'm the only one left, and I'll be done next year. So it's important that you get yourself a strong candidate and get somebody on the board. There's no guarantee for those seats. There's a lot of competition. Apparently, we get paid pretty well. So you want to make sure you're connected. I think one can never take anything for granted, and co-ops in particular. Governance matters. You need people who are going to pay attention and make the time and commitment. There's always pressure with the employees that everybody gets. They're urban-based. They don't understand rural Ontario and rural Canada. They don't understand small communities. And our insurance company, even though it's owned by farmers and other organizations, has exactly the same pressure. So you need people to continue to be there and be vigilant to make sure what you need in the country is there. And if we have a product that's not working, we don't walk away from it. We put the energy in to fix it, because we're there to serve. So keep our feet to the fire. I know we're not perfect, but I want to know when things aren't working so we can fix it. Take care.
Thanks, Jack, and you've certainly been a strong advocate for OFA around the Cooperators Board, and we appreciate all your efforts. The relationship with cooperators is very important to us and one we want to continue to strengthen as we move ahead. So thanks so much for your time. Alrighty, we're going to move into resolutions. I think by now you know the rules of engagement. If when your resolution comes up, please get up to the mics as quickly as you can so we can move through them efficiently. And please state your name, your county, whether you're for or against if you're speaking to the resolution. We will take movers and seconders from the floor. We do have one late resolution that's been submitted. We need to take a motion to bring that resolution to the floor. That will need to be seconded, and I believe we need 2/3 majority of the audience here today to bring that forward. The resolution is on stormwater management from Peel. We don't need to bring it up right now, I don't think. Do I have a mover to allow that late resolution to come forward today? Bill Orford moves. Is there a seconder?
Albert Woodavine from Niagara.
Albert, thank you. Any discussion on the late resolution coming forward? Not seeing any. Do we have that up? We don't have that up for a vote, do we? Not yet? Okay. Can we do a show of hands? Is everybody comfortable with that? Or do you want to? Oh, there it is now. Okay. Please vote on the motion to allow the late resolution to come forward. All right, I can't see those numbers down there, but I think we're probably close. I think we can close voting on that. And the results are up 92% in favor, so we'll bring that forward at the end of the resolutions that are in your book. Thank you. All right, we'll go back to the Elgin resolution on finalization of draft agriculture impact assessment guidance document. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby for the revision, strengthening, and finalization of the draft agricultural impact assessment Guidance Document, March 2018. Is there a mover?
Good morning, I'm Angela Cameron from Elgin, and I move this resolution.
Thank you. Seconder?
Good morning, Melissa Schneider from Elgin, and I second this resolution.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to it, Angela?
So I'd like to speak to this. So being as this has been in draft status since 2018, I think it's important that it's put actually in force and effect. Planners are saying that they don't actually need to implement these planning policies because they're still in draft status. So I'd like to see that it implemented. This was actually brought forward by the Liberal government before this current government put in place, so perhaps it needs to be modified. So I would like to see the board work with the government to have it taken out of draft status and implemented so that planners actually use this when they're creating planning policies.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers to the resolution? Microphone number 3.
Leo Blighter Dufferin. I speak in favor of the motion. One problem we have found using it is so we can get somebody to draft a agriculture impact assessment, but we don't feel like the municipalities are trained or equipped to even act on it. And in our view, we had a number of very poorly written, erroneously written agricultural impact assessments, and they were approved because they filled that box. It was our opinion that some of these consents that were granted by the township shouldn't have been granted because the agricultural impact assessment was in error in many different areas. In some areas, they didn't even go out and look at the parcel of land. There's a lot of, we talked to the farmer and this is what he told us, and didn't go check things out. So we got to make sure that they're a little bit more rigorous in the way that they're completed.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any other speakers, we'll call the question on the resolution. Please vote. All right, looks like we're good. And the results are carried. All right, thank you. Next resolution, also from Elgin, strengthening the protection of agricultural lands. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby to participate as part of the comprehensive review process for the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for the completion of the 2023 Provincial Planning Statement, PPS, and therefore be it resolved, no, that's still there. Further be it resolved that the OFA lobby for changes to Section 2.3 of the Provincial Policy Statement 2020 to strengthen the language used in the planning process to protect agricultural areas, specifically using words like shall, should be prioritized over encouraged to ensure the protection of farmland and arable land. Is there a mover?
Good morning, I'm Angela Cameron from Elgin, and I move this. And sorry about the mouthful so early
okay.
in the morning.
Thanks. Seconder?
Melissa Schneider from Elgin, I second this.
Thanks. Go ahead.
So to speak to the resolution, the reason that I have brought it forward is I would like to see policies in place that allow us as farmers to continue to farm as we have for decades and to protect agricultural land uses. The changes in the provincial policy statement are not protecting that because they are not using words or using encouraged. They're not using shall and should. And planners, again, are interpreting it because I've literally listened to them in rooms saying they're open for interpretation to how they want to use it. By putting in these words must and shall, that doesn't allow the municipal governments to interpret it, how agricultural uses can be done.
Thank you. Any other comments? Not seeing anyone rush up to the mics. We'll call the question, please. Please vote. Looks like we got a thumbs up in the back. And the result is carried. Next resolution is on battery energy storage systems from here on. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the provincial government to develop rules and regulations to govern the planning of the battery energy storage systems sites. Is there a mover? Number 2.
Rob Vandenhenkel from Huron, I move.
Thanks, Rob.
John O'Rourke, Huron. I am seconded.
Thank you. Speak to it.
Yes, thanks. The reason we put this resolution in is because there was a proposed battery energy storage site within Huron County, and I know there are other counties that have also had the same issues that have come up. In our, I guess, investigation of it, we realized that there is no rules or regulations surrounding where you can put it that limits, in terms of noise pollution, minimum distance, or anything like that. So what we're hoping is that we all want hydro, we all want a good, stable supply of electricity, but we can't just throw these things everywhere, especially on prime farmland. So the one in Huron County was going to be on 40 acres of prime farmland. So our hope is that we have some rules and regulations that can come forward saying where this should be designated, where they should be located.
Thanks, Rob. Microphone number 3.
Brian East from Lambton. I'd like to speak in support of this resolution. Currently, the municipalities, various regional municipalities that are dealing with this, I've got particular experience with Lambton, Kent, Essex. They are using an NFP standard that was developed out of the U.S. It itself is a draft standard. They're just too new to really understand the problems and issues associated with these. Not only the use of farmland, but the explosive potential, the cause of fires. None of our fire protection people are able to even, almost hardly can't get trained on how to deal with these, let alone understand how to deal with them.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Not seeing any, we'll call the question. Please vote. Okay, I think we're good back there. We'll display the results, and that's carried. Thank you. All right, so resolution on truck drivers from Lambton. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the government to create a program to offset the risk for insurance companies to allow new qualified truck drivers to be insured. Mover?
Brian East from Lambton, I so move.
Thank you. Seconder?
Harry Van Weeren, Lambton County, seconded.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'd like to explain that there is many newly qualified drivers. You have to remember that just to become a truck driver in Ontario, you require 103 hours of training before you can even go and write your test, go and do your practical test. And so these truck drivers are qualified and able to perform these duties and do it safely. However, the insurance companies, I'll call it standard rate insurance companies, want more experience to reduce their risk, and I understand the risk involved. But most of the companies, transportation companies, are rural, small. They are suffering from labor issues, just like in many other areas of rural Ontario. And so it offsets their ability. They've got equipment that they could use, but they can't have drivers to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
John O'Rourke, Huron County. I speak in favor of this. Same thing. It's insurance pretty much tied everyone's hands. That it's hard to get a new driver licensed and on your policy without experience, and I don't know how they get experience. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not seeing any, we'll call the question, please. Go ahead and vote. And we're good for the results. That's also carried. All right, resolution from Leeds, simplifying dealing with specified risk materials. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, along with Beef Farmers of Ontario, lobby the federal and Ontario governments to eliminate specified risk materials, separation, and transportation requirements imposed on small abattoirs. This would be in keeping with the provincial government wanting to keep the cost of food down. Is there a mover?
Eleanor Renault leads.
Seconder?
John Nevados leads.
Thank you. Eleanor?
Yes, we had a presentation at our county from an abattoir, and this was one of her largest costs. She doesn't want to do anything differently in the killing of the animals so that the food is still safe, so you're not asking consumers or customers, give that up. But we haven't had any cases. We've never had any cases in Ontario. And if she could lose that one truck, put all of it into one truck, it would save her a ton of money over the year and keep them producing in the county.
Thanks. Jack?
Yeah, Jack Chafe from Beef Farmers of Ontario, and if this was to pass, Beef Farmers of Ontario would work with OFA on working with this. This is long overdue. We've been 20 years since the BSC cases broke out in 2003. There is a few hoops we would have to jump through. I don't think we would be able to get this amendment done until at the national level we have rectified that on the SRMs aligning with the U.S. And currently we are working on that, very close to taking the back to CFIA to ask for that, hopefully by the spring of 2024. But basically, we've got to get that national risk level down before we can go at the provincial level. But Beef Farmers of Ontario support this.
Thanks for that information. Go ahead.
Jessica McCann, Halton County. Neither for or against, leaning for. But point of clarification, generally SRM materials have to be destroyed, which is often at a secondary location, I believe. So is that part of the resolution as well, that we would be looking to change how we're dealing with SRM materials if we're looking to transport to the same location?
That's not a question I can answer, but I don't know if Jack or Ellie, you had a thought on that.
Sorry, Ryan Passy for Leeds. I think the intent behind it is that we want to make the SRM handling and disposal easier for small abattoirs. It's complete. Our feedback is completely that this is killer in cost. It's really slowing down business.
Does that satisfy you, Jess? Thanks. Okay, any other comments? Not seeing any, we'll call a question, please. Please vote. Okay, and the results are in, and that's carried. Next resolution from Gray, Lyme disease. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the Ontario government to direct the Ministry of Health to review current best practices available around the world for modern diagnosis and treatments for Lyme disease, and to take steps to publish, educate, and promote options to the medical community for immediate improvements to existing outdated protocols. Is there a mover?
Paul Whitlaw for Grey County, I so move.
Thanks, Paul. Seconder?
Keith Reed, Grey County.
Thank you. Go ahead.
In 2011, there was a similar resolution brought before this delegation, and very little has happened with efforts to change the way to diagnose Lyme's disease. There's a lot of people that have suffered needlessly because of the wrong diagnosis. So we would like to put this forward again to get it back on the books if we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Any other discussion? Microphone number 2.
I'm Cornelia Donnie from Leeds. I am in favor of this, but I would like to suggest an amendment that it be changed from Lyme disease to tick-borne diseases, because they carry other things too, which are also debilitating very similarly to the Lyme.
Are you moving that amendment?
I am moving that amendment. Yes, please.
Okay. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Eleanor
I'll
Renaud.
second that, sorry.
Thank you. All right, discussion on the amendment then. I don't know if we're able to bring that up shortly, but the amendment was to change it. I don't have the exact wording. Tick-borne diseases, then just Lyme. Any discussion on that? Need a couple minutes probably to work that through on the screen. We do have to vote on the amendment first, right? And then the resolution. So are we able to just vote on the amendment? Okay. All right, we're voting on the amendment. If you're in favor, please vote, or opposed, either way. Make your vote count. Okay, we're good to go on the amendment. That's carried. Now if we can bring up the resolution, the amended resolution. Is there any other discussion on the amended resolution? Not seeing any. Whenever you're ready, we'll go to a vote on the resolution. Well, it's not open yet. All right, we're ready to vote on the amended resolution on Lyme disease, tick-borne diseases. Please vote. And we're good with the results. And that's carried. Thank you. Next resolution, also from Leeds. OMAFRA support is needed for Algonquin College agricultural program. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby OMAFRA to provide financial resources for the Algonquin College Business Agriculture Program. Is there a mover?
Eleanor Renaud, Leeds County, but we would like to just take out the word Algonquin. Okay, so all colleges. Okay?
Okay.
And then
That's your resolution, so I'll let you do that. Is there a seconder? Or
I guess she's seconding.
go ahead.
Jordan Domio, Niagara, I second this.
All right, Jordan, thank you. Discussion? Go ahead.
All right. So John DeMattos, Leeds, just to put some insight. Currently, well, at least I'm speaking for the Algonquin program, but the Algonquin program does not receive funding from OMAFRA, and it's in Eastern Ontario, I believe, the only agricultural program being offered since Kemptville shut down. So I think it'd be nice to have OMAFRA throw some agricultural funds, even for research or programs that the college can partake in.
All right, thank you. Microphone number 4.
Paul Muscle, Ottawa, speak in favor of it. Algonquin College is a great college. Two of my children have graduated from there. It's mainly a trade college. Each of the industries have gone to it. The furnace industry went there. There's a whole program for furnace, welding, all the difference. Now there's a great program started for agriculture. I encourage you to support it. It's great to hear Minister Thompson announce $341 million for University of Guelph. But in Eastern Ontario, we do need an agriculture college. A lot of the students cannot travel, and it is there for them. And we need agriculture employees in the industry. So again, I support the motion.
Thanks. Jordan?
Jordan Domio, Niagara County. I am in favor of this, as Algonquin College is not only the only Eastern college offering this, but the only college offering it completely online as well. So for us remote students who are not willing to relocate due to the fact that we live on farm, this has been the only option for us so far to go to school for an agricultural program.
Thanks. Microphone number 4.
Barb Keith, Lanark County. So as the resident of Perth, we want to clarify that it's not just Algonquin. There are a number of college programs across the province that are not getting this government funding for the agriculture programs, and that's why they've amended the. That's why they made the amendment. But we want to clarify that yes, we are for this, but for all the programs, not. We just want to be clear that.
Yep.
But yes, there's actually quite a few programs across the province that I think a lot of people aren't aware of that should be funded as well.
Thanks. Number 3.
Ruben Stone from Renfrew. In addition to that, I think there's also professors that want to do agricultural research work that they can't get access to funding from a MAFRA. Biomaterials engineering, things like this that can open up new markets for us, and engineering professors can't access agricultural money to do that work beyond just the programs too. So that's a bit in addition, but it's along the same theme.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the resolution? Not seeing any. We'll call the question, please. Yeah, just so you know, it is clarified, as the speakers have said, to take out Algonquin, to just talk about college business agricultural programs. So voting is open and it's done. Go ahead, show the results, please. And that is carried as well. All right, from here on, groceries. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the provincial government and federal government in partnership with the Canadian Federation of Agriculture to be included in conversations with regards to the impact the food chain infrastructure has on grocery prices. Is there a mover?
Erica Murray, Huron.
Seconder?
Rob Vandenhengel here, and I second.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So this resolution came out of the Prime Minister calling all the grocery heads to Ottawa and asking them to lower the cost on groceries. And we realize that this will have a ripple effect and roll down to us. While we realize this is probably an uphill battle, it's something we wanted to bring awareness to, and that's why we brought this forward.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Comments? Nothing? Okay. We'll call the question. Please vote. All right, we've got the results, and that's carried. All right, we're flying through. We've got our late resolution up now, and that is on stormwater management charges. And since you don't have a copy, it is on the screen, and we'll read through it. So that's from Peel, and whereas some municipalities across the province of Ontario have implemented or are planning to implement programs to impose new stormwater charges upon farmers' properties, and whereas the new farmland stormwater tax rates charged by these municipalities are consistent with industrial properties and are calculated on flows that are inconsistent with farmland stormwater runoff, and whereas the stormwater infiltration from farms routinely exceeds the stormwater runoff, and whereas these charges impose unfair and additional taxation in excess of the farm property tax rate, and whereas the municipalities that have assessed farmers with stormwater management charges use database models that do not consider the different characteristics between urban and rural stormwater runoff, and whereas OFA supports the preservation of farmland and the intensification of urban areas, while at the same time our organization recognizes the unique challenges that stormwater runoff creates to built-up urban areas, and whereas farmers impacted by stormwater management charges employ various environmental stewardship practices that are not recognized by the municipalities that assess these charges, and whereas stormwater charges imposed upon farmers are collected in part to pay for expensive maintenance of urban stormwater management systems. Therefore be it resolved that OFA take a proactive role to communicate our concerns with research-based materials to municipalities throughout Ontario and to assist our members and local federations who are currently impacted by providing science-based information in support of the elimination of unfair stormwater charges on farmland. And further be it resolved that OFA review the validity of stormwater charges as they result in a manipulation of current taxation under the farm property tax rate. Further be it resolved that OFA research and support alternative methods of stormwater retention in rural Ontario with the objective of reducing instances of flooding in urban areas, thereby encouraging residential intensification and reducing urban sprawl. And that's it. Is there a mover? Tom?
I move this resolution, and that's what happens when you work on a resolution with another county. You get a long one.
I need a seconder, hang on. Gavin, are you seconding it?
Yeah, Gavin Smuck from Hamilton Wentworth, I second that.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Thanks. This has gained a life of its own over the last couple of years. It's become a big problem in our county, in large part a fast growth area that has a lot of stormwater management ponds. They're looking at methods to fund maintenance and cleaning of these, and farmers have been used as scapegoats to gather stormwater management charges that are in many cases 2 to 3 times their annual rates. We've had big communication problems with consultants for the municipalities, and several municipalities are adopting these charges. So it's something that has a real financial impact on our farmers. Thanks.
Thank you. Gavin?
Hey, Gavin, I'm in favor of the resolution. Hamilton is, the city of Hamilton's a municipality that just voted to impose one of these stormwater fee systems. I think we're probably the second rural type municipality to get this type of system. Peel's been dealing with it for now. They've been paying the real bills. What the city has done is taken the stormwater budget out of the general levy. They've combined the urban stormwater budget with the Conservation Authority levies and rural roadside ditching, and created one budget. Now they had an engineering consultant come in. They came up with this system of trying to determine how to pay for it. And the model that they're using is, well, they're just going to use impervious areas on properties, and that's going to be your share of this budget. Doesn't matter whether you're rural, urban, industrial, residential, whatever. So anyway, what that does is take the urban part of the budget, which is in our case 80% of that budget, and apportions it to all of the properties. We are, in the city of Hamilton, the farm properties are going to be paying, well, each residential property is going to be paying the same, whether it's in the city or the country. Farm property taxes are just going to probably be about double what they are now because of the stormwater fee. The amount that they're taking out of the general levy is about 10% of the general levy, and in many cases, the stormwater tax is going to equal what the farm property tax is paid right now in the first place. It'll be thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. Greenhouse operations are going to get hit pretty hard. We've got one greenhouse operation that's got about 400 billing units. They're going to have a charge of $60,000 or $70,000 a year. So even for a small farm with just a few outbuildings, that's going to be another $1,000 a year. So this is a critical change in the way the municipality is charging farm tax. We've got the basic rate, which is fixed at 25% of the residential rate, but the municipality is pulling this storm water part out of it, and they're spreading it around and really impacting the rural areas. So we do need some help. We've been talking to the counselors and the staff, but council rammed this through in June, and their sessions now are just tutorials. We need some help, and the Federation can do it. I've already talked to the research staff and some of the board members, pretty supportive right now. So we just want to identify this. This might be coming to your municipality. It's right now it's hit Peel because they're pretty urbanized, and the city of Hamilton's got a pretty heavy urban influence. So we need some help. Thank you.
Thanks. Microphone number 4.
Yeah, it's Andy Kuyvenhoven. I am a greenhouse grower, a flower farmer in Peel, and I've been fighting this with the Peel. We pay about $350 a month on 60,000 square feet of greenhouse and buildings. And the Peel regional councillor, in a very nice way, told me, sorry, but that's the way it is, and that's the way it is. The humor of it all is we're collecting all our water does not leave the farm. And now I'm getting concerned in hearing this in Hamilton. A lot of the greenhouse operators, both the vegetable and flower guys, are collecting their water and actually using that as source water. So their claim that they have to manage it as storm water is ridiculous. So that's the issues also that we're dealing with, and I'm concurring. This is going to cost producers thousands of dollars, and some greenhouse guys hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we're looking for your support on this resolution. Thank you.
Thanks. Number 1.
Larry Freeman, Hamilton, Wentworth. This all started in Hamilton on taxing paved parking lots. And it's escalated now, as Gavin said, on June 28th, the board of Hamilton passed to tax all the farms, and they're pushing on that very hard. In their own stormwater funding review, they fully admit that in natural landscapes, stormwater is soaked up like a sponge, which then nourishes plants and slowly replenishes creeks, lakes, wetlands, and aquifers. So therefore, in my view anyway, farmers that do things naturally should be rewarded and not penalized. So if other municipalities, if this keeps going ahead, other municipalities will be subject to the same thing. So we need to pay attention to this. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Not seeing any other speakers at the moment. We'll call the question, please. Please vote. All right, we have the results. And that's also carried. We couldn't get to 100%. All right, that brings us to the end of the resolution portion of the meeting. Thanks for your participation. The board certainly looks forward to taking these resolutions back and discussing them at the board table, and they'll help drive our organization forward over the next little while. It's my pleasure to introduce Director at Large Sarah Wood, and she's going to lead us through the next session today. Thanks.
Thank you, Drew. So good morning. My name is Sarah Wood, and as Drew said, I am one of your 3 directors at large with the OFA board. It gives me great pleasure to serve today as your host and moderator for our fireside chat. No, we are not paying carbon tax on this fireside chat. I've been asked. Today we feature 5 young people who are passionate about our agriculture sector and are emerging leaders in our organizations, not only at OFA, but in other ag commodities. So first to join the stage is Mike Johnson. Mike and his wife Angela have 2 boys, and they live on Manitoulin Island for the past 12 years, farming alongside Angela's father as a 5th generation on the farm. The family has a cow-calf herd, a small flock of sheep, and cash crops, barley and canola. Mike first joined the board of the Manitoulin Shores Sudbury West Federation of Agriculture 6 years ago and is currently the president of that organization. Welcome, Mike. Second, Ashley Napton. Ashley is the president of the Lanark Federation of Agriculture. She's a graduate of the University of Guelph. She's a certified crop advisor and dairy accounts manager with Corteva AgriScience. She's also secretary-treasurer of the Lanark Soil and Crop Improvement Association and a youth director on the Agriculture Adaptation Council board. Ashley is a past participant of our OFA lobby days at Parliament Hill as a young leader. Welcome, Ashley. Erica Murray grew up on a pig and cash crop farm near Seaforth and continues to be involved with the family business today. She is past president of the Huron County Federation of Agriculture and sits on the executive currently. She has also been part of the OFA Policy Advisory Committee since 2019. She's also participated in one of our OFA Queen's Park lobby days as a young leader. Erica graduated from Nipissing University, Olds College of Agriculture and Technology, and is a graduate of Class 17 of the Advanced Agriculture Leadership Program. Welcome, Erica. Next up is Derek Vanderwall. He is an organic dairy farmer and cash crop farmer from St. Mary's. He's also a vet with the Crawford Veterinarian Services. He's currently the vice president of the Perth County Federation of Agriculture. Derek did 3 years of animal science at the University of Guelph before moving on to complete his DVM from the Ontario Veterinarian College. Welcome, Derek. And last but not least is Carson Wagner. Carson is part of the family farm dairy near New Hamburg and also runs a custom bale wrapping business. He serves as the Junior Farmers Association of Ontario representative to the OFA and has been a director with the Oxford Federation of Agriculture. Carson is a graduate of the University of Guelph Ridgetown campus and last year participated in the OFA Queen's Park Lobby Day as one of our youth leaders. Welcome, Carson. So when Kathy asked me to do this, I came up with some questions. So I'm going to start the conversation and I'll ask a question and everyone can participate. But please think of questions you would like to ask our youth leaders of tomorrow so we can all better gain from this. So we're going to start. We will start at this end. If you could tell us all a little bit about yourself and what inspired you to become involved with your local federation or ag commodity organization.
Hello, everyone. Yes, as Sarah said, my name is Carson Wagner. I am a 6th-generation dairy farmer just outside of New Hamburg, a robot farmer I work alongside with my mother and father and 3 other employees now. I also run a small custom bale wrapping business and work part-time for a couple other farmers as we need help during the season. I got interested in OFA through Junior Farmers. Our local county has a position on the board. I got voted in. For 4 years, I was part of our federation for that. That got me super interested, and then this past year, I got elected through Junior Farmers of Ontario to be the liaison person between JFAO and OFA, so that's definitely made me more encouraged to be part of OFA.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Like Sir said, my name is Ashley. I am the current president of the Lanark Federation of Agriculture. I just got voted in for a second year. I guess I went to school at Guelph. I graduated with my degree. And I think important to this conversation is that I work full-time off the farm in addition to farming with my parents. We have a small dairy farm in the Ottawa Valley. And the territory that I cover right now is all of Ontario and the Maritimes, which is something that will probably come up in some questions later when we talk about some of the challenges. But I think like a lot of young folks, you know, how I got involved in OFA is when you kind of come back home or you settle into an agricultural community, I think they're always looking for, you know, new directors, and you kind of get, not tackled, generously encouraged to get involved as early as you can, right? So, I certainly was asked a few times, and then I was able to make it work, and that's kind of how it's precipitated from there.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name's Mike Johnston. I'm from Manitoulin Island up there. I am also the current president of our federation. This is my third term up there. I've also been a PAC member for us in the 6 years I've been on the board. Basically, getting involved in OFA, it was more or less the same thing. I was asked by someone who was a bit older than me, although I'm pretty sure they might have been doing it as a joke. I got involved in the first couple of years, and everything's sort of gone up from there.
Hi, everyone. Like Sarah said, my name's Erica, and Carson, I got involved with the local Federation of Agriculture as a junior farmer representative. And from there, different people sort of put my name and nudged and encouraged me to take on some more leadership positions. Also, like Ashley, I work full-time off the farm, which does make things challenging when you want to say yes to some of these opportunities.
Hello, everybody. Thanks, Sarah, for the introduction. My name's Derek Vandewaal. As mentioned, I like to describe myself as a vet by day, a farmer by night. Unless, of course, I'm on call, and I'm a vet at night as well. So I guess 4 or 5 years ago, I think I was sitting in one of these chairs as a delegate for the first time, and that was the first thing really I ever did with OFA, or with the Perth County Federation of Agriculture. And since then, my worldview has been opened up thanks to the board at Perth County, which includes Sarah as well. So thanks a lot for that opportunity. I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for them. But similar to Ashley, once I came home from school, I needed something to fill in a time where I was studying all the time. So I decided to get more involved with some of the local organizations such as 4-H and then OFA as well. So it's been a good transition, despite transitioning through COVID when we didn't have a lot of those things happening. So.
Perfect. Okay, so if you don't want to answer one of the questions, don't feel you have to. This is open conversation. So can we talk about and describe some of the activities that your local federation has done to help recruit youth and younger directors to the board, and how to keep them engaged in participating at the local level? Who would like to start? I'm going to go backward there.
All right. So in Huron, we've done a number of things over the years. We've done hockey games with suites, invited people to participate in special committees that we were having for certain events. Back in 2016, we did a 75th anniversary gala, and we had members of that committee who weren't on our board. In 2017, we had the International Plowing Match in Walton, and we did the food court, and we had a number of individuals that we were able to engage through that process. But honestly, I think what has worked the most is just those personal asks, and just sometimes keep asking and just keep encouraging, because we may not see what you see, and it might take us a little bit.
One of the things, this is not going to surprise anyone who's had to talk to me in the last few days, one of the things that the Land Art Federation of Board has done that was a big difference for me, like I said, I've covered all of Eastern Canada in the last 5 years. I certainly spend more time on the road than at home. And one of the things that that board did in order to accommodate me was we switched to hybrid meetings before the pandemic even happened. So when the pandemic hit, we were very flexible at that time, but removing that barrier of having to be in person on Thursday nights certainly made that a lot easier for me to be able to participate. Otherwise, I mean, I think I applaud our board for being strong supporters of youth, but then of course, like Erica said, just that individual ask, sometimes over and over and over again. Persistency is something our board was very good at in terms of recruiting some young folks, so.
So we don't really have any formal policies, and because we're a smaller federation and very spread out for our board members, we don't meet that often, but we do have sort of an informal plan that at our annual AGM, which is actually quite well attended, basically we do the individual asks. Most of us know most of the farmers around us, and we know who would actually most likely want to get engaged, or even with a little bit of prompting, will want to get engaged. So basically we spend most of our time just talking to everybody, especially when they come to our small AGM, to get them engaged and see if they're willing to come out. And because we have been doing that the last couple of years, especially since after COVID we got back into our in-person, we're back finally to a full capacity board. So with only about 180 members, making sure we have a full board is actually not the easiest thing to do sometimes, because again, the travel for some of our board members may end up being a 4-hour round trip just to get to sort of the center of where we are and back.
For some of our stuff, our local federation has done some interesting things for the regional meetings. One thing that really sticks to me is the compaction test, where we've had grain buggies and manure tanks show up. And we had some people show up, we've had some people just walking around. It happened to be at the farm show during setup time, so it was actually perfect timing for that. We've had members approach us about joining from afterwards, and it's just from the regional meetings, we've just tried done something interesting, something that gets everyone out, that has everyone's attention, just to participate in that or just to observe it.
So some of the things that Perth County has done over the years, at least since I've been involved, again, going back to what I said, I was a delegate here. That was one of the things that Perth County did. They kind of, without even me knowing, they recruited me to come as a delegate. And we've done similar things. There's a few sitting here. Well, just to let you know, you guys are being recruited right now. So yeah, we just open it up to other members, not just people who are on the board, to see some new young faces in Perth County be involved. On top of that, we have certain events similar to what Erica was describing. So we'll have some fun events. We've gone axe throwing. In a few weeks, we're going to have our AGM, and we're actually going to go curling. So we're all looking forward to that. And then just as well, some of the older, more experienced people on the board, they've been really good at asking us to step up and do certain tasks. And when that happens, everyone just gets more comfortable, and it doesn't seem like such a big deal. And then it always just leads into more things. So those are some of the few of many things that Perth County has done, which have been really great.
Awesome. So, what are some of the benefits, but also some of the challenges to being a youth leader on this journey with local farm organizations?
I mean, I would say some of the benefits is certainly, every time I get an opportunity to come to a meeting like this, or even in my day job, I get to recognize more and more faces, right? And so certainly there's more and more folks in the crowd that I can draw on and ask questions to. And I think just anytime you can expand that network of folks who are, in the same industry, kind of, not necessarily the same outlook, but kind of coming from the same starting place, that's a really good opportunity to have just a really rapidly growing network, especially for young folks. I would say some of the challenges that we've run into, I think a lot of folks are struggling with finding volunteer numbers, right? We're all strapped, we're all having a hard time finding more folks. And so I would say not just in the Federation world, a lot of the boards that I sit on, you're new, they're excited to have you, and then they throw the kitchen sink at you, right? And it can be really overwhelming. It can be a lot, especially if it might not look like it's a lot just on your Federation plate, but when you're sitting on 3 or 4 other boards, in addition to, your home life, suddenly that's a lot on the go, right? And I think we intimidate some folks by kind of racing them through. I recognize that some of the existing volunteers are tired, but I think maybe just doing a little bit of a better job kind of coaching folks along could ease that transition and keep people around for the longer haul.
Sort of similar to what Ashley said, we definitely do a good job, I think, in Huron and probably neighboring Perth, of sort of encouraging people to the front. But one thing that a lot of the people that sat around the table with me were really good at was mentoring from behind. So that even though we were sitting maybe at the front and maybe just helping build that confidence and continuing to mentor and not just sort of abandoning. But definitely but the benefit is you get to sit at the table and you get to have your voice heard and you get to listen and talk to people that maybe you wouldn't have had the opportunity to talk to. And from there, you get the opportunity and encouragement to sit at other tables that you never in your wildest dreams thought about sitting at.
I have to echo on Erica's as well. Just the mentoring I've had this past year, just being able to go to Queen's Park. I actually had a chance to talk with Crispin about this last night, just watching all the directors and watching everyone in Parliament at Queen's Park there just talk. I was just in awe. I was just taking it all in. I didn't ask much questions just because I wanted to learn. I wanted to I just wanted to take it all in. Like, I wrote down some notes, but it was entertaining. It made my speaking feel a lot more comfortable afterwards, made me feel more confident in the questions. Some challenges I have to also agree with Ashley about that one, like not aside from Federation, but for junior farmers as well. Just like we're always looking for members for junior farmers and just especially for our board as well. Like we're trying to encourage people to come out, we're trying to encourage people to participate, and it's partly the time that you can set aside for it and what you can do to help out is all we need.
So basically, what they're all saying is bang on. Coming up through and joining the board and things like that, always lots of help. There was always somebody there if there was another question, and they, especially on the board that I deal with, they were actually very welcoming and very wanted to help you get involved, but they didn't make it seem like if you had any bad questions, they definitely didn't let it on, because if you're jumping into something brand new, especially if, like myself, I didn't have any formal, any training coming into it, I had a lot of questions, and they were very happy to answer and actually help us along. The challenge that we've had is when we're talking to people, if they want to join the board, especially if they're a bit younger, they're nervous to say yes because it's quite the commitment. However, we do say, well, if you could try just this one term, that's all we're asking at this point. All you need to do is come, listen, and if you have an idea, don't be afraid to bring it up. And we're always approachable. And in most cases, what's actually helped out with some of our younger ones, they have actually been texting, which is, I'm not going to lie, I'm still probably the oldest one up here. It took me a while to get into texting that much. But it is much easier to send it off in that, and I have to admit, they've actually helped me come along a lot more for that one. But if basically when we're talking to them, if they can just come in for one term, most of them have seen what it's like, and they will stick around for a second term. And after that, we just keep going from there.
Not to sound like a broken record, so I'm not going to repeat what they said, which I totally agree with. One of the benefits that I found with being involved as a young leader is just knowing what's going on in the world of agriculture, being able to foresee some of the challenges that agriculture faces. I feel it has prepared me better as a leader, as well as just a farmer, just to know what's going on. And being a farmer as well, I have dairy cows at home. Some of the people from Perth County will know what I've been dealing with the last 24 hours with some of the stuff going on at home. But for everyone here, most people are farmers too, so it is tough to, one of the biggest challenges is to try and manage, you know, your home life or whatever else is going on. I don't have kids yet, but I know that's also a thing for people who are parents, to try and to balance all these things and while also staying involved with these boards, it's definitely a challenge.
So to follow up on that, you all spoke of different challenges that you've experienced. How do we, as more experienced around the table, help you to mitigate those challenges so that we can keep you active and involved?
So I'm going to reference something from when I was president of the Huron County Federation. And by simply inviting out and then going along, right? Make it easier for us to attend these things. If you know it's a matter of juggling transportation, offer to go along, offer to sit in the room and, you know, poke and ask questions, and just encourage and push. Because sometimes, quite literally, that makes all the difference.
So, because, well, like I said, we are a little bit further north, just a few more online things would be very helpful, just even if it's just a chat with other people that are around the federations. But again, it's one of those things where we could just use a bit more encouragement to make sure that we're coming out and to these events, because again, you show up to an event like this, I'm not sure how many different federations I've talked to now that are around in this room today. So that's, yeah.
Just to go off Erica's as well, just welcoming everyone with open arms, just like encouraging others to just come out. It's one step at a time, just one meeting at a time. Get people interested, like see what they can do to accommodate, to make it more opening. See what you can do to get things interested. And I agree with Mike about the online stuff. It's just like, there is times where online is quite handy, especially during the harvest season. It's hard to try to get people out for meetings, try to get quorum, and people are easier just to sit at home or sit in the tractor doing field work and stuff, stop and go to a meeting when when weather's great. So just like try to keep up with that, with everything, but every little bit helps to change.
I think one good thing from COVID, if I have to say, was good, is it forced us to look at how we have the meetings and get together and talk. So I'm sure, like most people, you had to go online through Zoom or Teams or whatever format you used. And although we're back in person, one thing that's been good is our board will sometimes, if someone can't make it for whatever reason, but can listen in, whether it's just over the phone or over one of those platforms. That's been, for me personally as well, is basically the difference whether I'm there or not. Like I said, the challenge is being in two places at once, and that kind of allows us to do that. So also, some of the things that we've done as a board too is we've sent out surveys to our members and directors just to see, you know, how would you like to communicate? Because communication is always important, and to try and keep up with the times or make it simpler. You know, we have all this technology. We've resorted to using WhatsApp groups, which we tend to respond to quicker, myself included, than emails. So just some things to consider if you're trying to improve some of those challenges.
I think there's a lot of really good comments made about removing some of the barriers, right? Like assisting with transportation, hybrid. I think, you know, there's small children sometimes, you know, taking care of them so that the parents can participate, those kinds of things. One of the other things that I think can help is that sometimes stepping into these roles can be really daunting, you know, depending on how much leadership experience you have. And I think to maybe draw on a wider group, it might be worth rethinking how some of our boards are set up in some ways. I'm a big fan of committees, right? Committees can be a really easy way to be involved in one small area to help kind of just let someone kind of dip their foot in. It manages the time commitment. It gives them some kind of training, some, an easy introduction. That can be a different opportunity instead of throwing someone straight on the board, right? So maybe rethinking how can we easily transition these folks in, give them other mentorship opportunities, and then hopefully they will continue on. We won't overwhelm them or burn them out. They'll kind of stick it through and stay a little bit longer.
Awesome. So I see we have a question at the mic. Mic 1.
Yep. Thanks, Sarah. And this question is kind of for Ashley and Erica. You both have full-time off-farm jobs. How important is it for that employee to recognize, the importance of giving back to organizations? And are they cooperative in giving you maybe a little bit of extra time off and giving you a little bit of leeway within your job?
So for me personally, I've worked sort of for 2 different employers in the time that I've sat on the Huron Federation, and both have been phenomenal at allowing me the time to do what I wanted to do to develop personally in these roles. That being said, I also tried to work with them, and I would utilize my vacation to be able to do some of these things. And when I get approached and it's stuff that I know is going to be happening during the day, I literally sit at the beginning of the year and I look at my calendar and I look at how many vacation days I have. And I plan it out from there. If there's a virtual option, it makes it a lot easier because I can sit at my desk at work, have that up on a screen, and participate and then continue working and not have to give up that vacation time. But it's definitely a challenge, and it's definitely something that you have to think about.
Yeah, I'm in a very similar boat to Erica, right? I mean, I certainly have to utilize some vacation time. I think a lot of employers, just to keep it vague, I think a lot of employers are supportive, but your job also has to get done to some extent, right? And I mean, right now, for those of us in seed sales, we're selling seed right now, right? So I am on vacation, but I've also answered a lot of emails on these breaks trying to, keep ahead kind of things. So that's something to keep in mind too. I think that when you farm as well as have that full-time job, suddenly a lot of my daily hours are committed. And so, I apologize if you get emails from me at different kind of times or I'm trying to schedule meetings outside of those hours. That just makes my life a lot easier in terms of trying to stretch those vacation days as much as I can. You can't believe, I don't know why people aren't excited that this is my vacation. Guys, wow.
All right, Mike 2.
Hi guys, thanks for coming up. I just kind of wanted to get some perspective on your young people kind of up and coming in the ag industry. How is your outlook like developing your business moving forward? Like interest rates are high, stepping up to take risk, a lot of those things. I know for existing businesses is tough. Like I can only imagine if I had to roll back 10 years and take the risks that I did, like I would have to change how I'm moving and progressing. So are you guys optimistic? Are you changing things? Like what kind of things are you guys doing to combat what we're dealing with?
I would say I'm a little optimistic, but at the same time, I want to keep a little stable. Dad and I are still slowly growing everything. We want to take some risks, but at the same time, we know we need to be conscientious about everything. We're working towards a succession plan right now, so we don't want to just put all of everything in for it. We just want to get succession planning done or get most of it done, then start taking that risk a little bit more day by day, time by time. But eventually we will take risk, but right now it's just I'm optimistic, and I know we will take a risk eventually in the future.
I think as farmers, naturally, we're optimistic, right? I think that's kind of why we're all here. We believe everything will grow again next year, hopefully even just a little bit better. So I think that I credit my parents a ton. They're incredible mentors. I'm really grateful for them in terms of maybe managing some of my optimism at times, right? They are certainly at a different level of risk tolerance than I am, so I'm really grateful to be able to work with them as a team. I'm also honestly quite grateful to have the stability of a full-time income, right? Like it's a pain in the butt. I wish I was milking cows full-time, but at the end of the day, to know that I have that as a, fallback plan, for lack of a better word, is that's kind of the ultimate risk management plan.
Yeah, I have to echo it. I'm fairly optimistic about everything that's moving forward. We've seen actually a lot of growth around our area, so it's made things a bit more challenging to grow our farm because the farms around us are being scooped up a little bit quicker than I can make a decision to come forward. But I am farming full time, so I have a great father-in-law that does not mind having questions bounced off him all the time about how to sit down and really pencil things out to make sure that the risk isn't going to be too much. So that's basically the biggest thing, is having at least one, or in my case, I have 3 really trusted people that I go to each time if I'm having a real hard decision to make. But most of the time, I'm fairly optimistic that most of the risks are going to be worth the challenge.
Yeah, I would say you pretty much have to be optimistic in order to stay sane in this industry. But for me, and maybe other people here too, we're just starting out, so we have a lot of debt. So for me, the biggest risk for me is the change in interest rates. So that's something I follow closely. Luckily, I have some banker friends who I can talk to and kind of just get some free advice every now and then on where they think things are going to go. I also am very privileged and lucky, spoiled really, to have a family that supports me and everything I do, whether it's just farm work at home or making big decisions on the farm. So yeah, I'm optimistic and I'm lucky to have that. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the future of agriculture.
Okay. Awesome. So we'll move to mic 3. Next question, Ed.
I've always enjoyed talking to young people and seeing the optimism and seeing the leadership that's coming forward. It always helps bring my optimism and my, enthusiasm up. I want to go back to what Sarah, alluded to as far as support. What kind of training do you guys think, you would appreciate for leadership training, for governance training? What would that need to look like in order to fit into your busy schedules so that you can further help our organizations, and how do we help you do that?
So there's a couple of great organizations that do some great leadership training and encouraging us to maybe partake in some of that. I go back to the fact that I'm a grad of the Advanced Agriculture Leadership Program. I was very involved and still am involved with 4-H. In terms of governance training, I went to a fantastic workshop back in 2016, 2017. But having some of that stuff maybe outside of when we typically in the ag industry have some of those training sessions, maybe having them in the evenings or weekends. So those of us with full-time jobs can attend and utilize that training and not have to use some of that precious vacation time to go. I definitely think governance training is a phenomenal and so important. Policy, knowing how to build and edit, and the importance of policy. And I'm going through this in another organization I'm part of, but just the importance of knowing how to read financial statements, not only just read them, but to know how to analyze them and how to pick out where there's maybe issues. Because if you don't sort of gain those skills, it can go sideways pretty quickly.
I comment often that I'm a graduate of the Gailey CLP program, so it's the Cooperative Leadership Program. That's the initial governance training program, and that program's focus on governance training has been huge. I mean, certainly a graduate of the 4-H program. My 4-H kids will tell you that I try really hard to drill Robert's Rules of Order into them as best I can, but it doesn't have quite the same kind of impact until you get to some real, not real boards, let's be honest, right? So I'm certainly really grateful for the opportunity of the Gailey program. Governance, I think, is huge, and I see that with some of the other boards that I sit on. You can tell the strengths and weaknesses of a board depending on kind of that comfort with governance training. I think I would like to have seen, for myself coming into the OFA world, I certainly got the premise of OFA, but just even a little bit more in depth of, this is what our goals are, this is how you as a local, board should operate, here's what some other folks are doing in terms of, do we connect with all politicians? If we figured that out now, but that could have eased some of that transition, and it can kind of help guide even some existing folks. So just a reminder of, this is where we want to be kind of thing.
So as a board with Perth County, sometimes we roll our eyes about leadership training and stuff like that. It's maybe not always the most fun, but afterwards you always have something to reflect on. And in the last couple of years, we've taken a focus to have kind of event every year that focuses on leadership training. So one of the events we did was a public speaking one, which I think is really good. As well as personality trainings. So just whether you want to find out more about yourself, or what I've found most interesting is about other people and how your personalities clash and work together in different ways. So I think that's really valuable if you're going to be spending a lot of time with a group of people to understand each other. It just is going to help you work better together and get things done. So even though you're spending time on something that maybe isn't what your main focus is, such as personality training, you can see how stuff like that you can bring back, and it actually makes your board stronger and better.
So basically, really haven't gone through much of the training per se to become a leader or anything like that. But the one thing I have been thinking about over the last little while that would actually be very helpful is if there was some sort of way that when you're looking at your board, if you do have some younger members that are there first starting off, even just to have, something like this where they can talk to other federations that have those younger members and just ask them to come and join. So that way they can all sort of hash out their own realities on how they're going through being on a new board like this.
Just like everyone else said, just like the governance training, everything. But I'm like Mike. I sort of just jumped into all this. I get asked a question. I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Let's do it, and then we'll see what happens in the end for the outcome. But doing all the leadership training and all that, something that I would love to take part in more. And I've signed up for a workshop through OFA for the speaking up, just to learn better how to do it, and just figure out how I need to word things a little bit better when speaking with everyone. But just the governance training and the leadership training is something I definitely want to look into more in the future.
All right, microphone for Peggy.
So here at OFA, resolutions have come through. We've had a number of different speakers. I'm curious, you're from all different parts of the province. You're an age bracket that's less represented in this room. What do you see as the one issue that is going to affect Ontario agriculture in the near future?
Yeah, I'll try
the
this
one.
Yeah, it's internet connectivity. Every single one of our tractors that we're running now, actually I ended up doing most of our plowing and a few other things this fall because software updates did not come through on our technology. So if you can't connect to a satellite and you're trying to get those maps done that you can do a nice precision job on your fields, you can't get them, you're not going to get any information that's going to be useful. So like that would be the big thing, is getting the internet out there that we can do our use the technology to the fullest amount that we can.
I definitely agree with Mike on that one. The internet is always a big thing. My area, I get good internet, but at the same time, internet's such an important thing. But I would definitely say one thing for me is the electrical grid. We're talking about the battery storage, we're talking about electric vehicles in the future, but we're also talking farms are getting bigger, grain elevators are getting bigger. We need to make sure that we're having the capacity to keep up with everything. And we also need to try to work with the local hydro companies to make sure that when there's an outage that they're going as quick as possible. And they're doing their best, but at the same time, there's slowdowns for it. And we just need to make sure that we are, come future, that we're going to be ready for it and that we can handle that.
I think one of the biggest issues we face is that because our farms are getting bigger, and the rural and urban divide keeps getting bigger, we have less and less people in our generation who are actually involved in this industry. And so we get spread thin. You know, all of a sudden, there was 10 people who helped lead the 4-H clubs and go to OFA conferences and work this job and that job. Now we have 5. And in 30 years, it might be 3. So, you know, there's lots of different challenges with that. You know, I don't have to point out the obvious, but we lose our voice with that. We lose votes when it comes to elections. Even just our labor force. You know, everybody would love to have a kid who grew up on a farm to work on their farm, but, you know, that becomes more and more challenging. As a vet, you know, the first question they always ask you as a student is like, oh, are you from a farm? Or what made you want to become a vet? And in my class, you know, there was maybe 5 out of 120 who were from a farm. And as time goes on, I think that number is going to get lower and lower. And not saying that people from urban centers cannot be involved in this industry. The challenge is that we need to be really, really emphasizing that these people learn about our industry and get them trained so that we can continue to make food as good as we are now in Canada and better in the future.
And I'm going to build off of what Derek said because mine's kind of in a very similar vein. I'm concerned about, you know, the succession of the current generation to the next, and not necessarily individually, but I think there's just a lack of folks. And as farms get bigger, it just gets harder and harder for an individual to take on that size of that operation, especially with interest rates where there are. So I think in order, you know, ease of transition, having enough people, that's kind of where I'm concerned about, you know, how the next generation, the smaller next generation, is going to continue carrying this industry that, frankly, we're growing, and that's a good thing, right?
Okay. Microphone 1, and then 3, and then 2.
Hey, I'm curious to know, you talked about being welcomed to your groups and being recruited by your boards and the like, but sometimes, whether it's this board that you're on or another board that might be wanting to attract you to it, we sometimes say and do things inadvertently that are negative. So in order for us to learn how to recruit better, what would you say was a negative that someone said, oh my God, I'm going to run like the wind to get out of this group because I don't like them? What was a negative, and how would you turn that around so that we can learn how to recruit and retain good board members like yourselves?
One of the biggest red flags for me is, oh, it's not that much time. Just a couple meetings a year. It's not that much at all. I really, I want specific time commitments. I want to know how many meetings there are, how long they are, what kind of external meetings there are. In terms of references or something, I sit on a lot of local boards that don't have them. That might be beneficial. So just being really clear and upfront with time commitment, expectations, that's going to make it easier for me to determine if it's something I can fit into my world.
I think there's the classic, oh, we've done that before and it didn't work. Well, maybe we should try it again, and maybe let's flesh out this idea. There was one board I sat on and it drove me absolutely nuts. There was an event we did, it didn't go well, and it's just like, nope, we're not doing that again. It's like, okay, well, why don't we take a pause and let's analyze maybe why it didn't go well and what we maybe could have done in the future. I've gotten lots of encouragement, but on the flip side, when I sometimes talk out to some people about, you know, thinking about maybe saying yes to something, the comment of, well, that's something you do in your 40s. You still have lots of time.
Yeah, that's a very good description of that one. I'm only 28, and I'm on a few I'm part of a few things, and just the time commitment, just like, but at the same time, like Ashley said, it's just like, oh, it's easy. so-and-so used to do it, but so-and-so used to do it for like 5-10 years. And just you jump into it and all of a sudden just like you have no help with it, or it's just you're fully learning for it, and it takes you maybe 6 months to finally get an idea of what your role is, and you're finally getting comfortable with it. So just the help with the transition, if the person from the previous role is transitioning out, just at least have them see if they would be willing to help for a month or two, just to get you interested in, hey, get an idea what you need to do, because that's happened to me before, and I know mine, when I transition out, I'm definitely going to be taking over, helping out with that for the next 6 months afterwards. So.
Does anyone else want to respond to that? I can.
I guess to what Erica said, I really don't like the saying, "Oh, that's how we've always done things." That's just a really, really negative thing that, or even to go further with that, it really makes a difference when someone at the board, you're coming into a board and you're the new guy or the new girl, and people respect what you have to say. They don't just brush it aside as, oh, that's a silly idea or something like that. So along with, we've always done it this way, or it can't be done, they actually consider what you have to say and just are there to listen to you too. So being heard is a huge thing, I think, for being motivated to join a board or stay with a board.
So I'm just going to add one more thing to that. Basically, it's not necessarily what you say, it's just sitting there listening. That's one of the better things to do, is just sit back and listen and give us a chance to just say what we need to say.
So when I arranged this panel, I asked Ashley, I talked to her first, and I said, can I have 5 minutes of your time? Because I know how she appreciates time. And we talked, and she texted me afterwards. She's like, well, you only took 3. Thank you for being on time. All right, Randall, mic 3.
Yes, Randall Goodfellow, president of the Ontario Maple Syrup Producers Association. I'm a guest here today. Actually, the previous question was one I was going to spend some time on, because it all seemed previously when you were talking that everything's just going good, and everybody's good and helping and welcoming. But I'm glad the question about what things turn you off and what things. What I like to say is, when you're new to any group, you all still get the old, whether what age you are, well, we haven't done it that way before, or you need to be here long enough before you contribute. I've just joined myself a group. I'm 65, and I get the same type of thing. We've done it before, so let's not try it. But my question really now is how do you attract, or would you attract people to your particular industry segment? Because you're from different ones. In our industry, the maple syrup industry, we have an opportunity, a potential to grow 30-fold, actually, because of the resource base we have in Ontario, but it's not within the Ontario tradition to do it at scale or in the portion of the province where the trees exist. So how would you go about, from your perspective of leaders, to actually attract people to a segment that they might not yet be in? Addition to that, we're actually one of the oldest groups of producers by age of any commodity in Ontario. So I need some help, some suggestions to attract people from various places, whether they are in that geographic area or in that specific industry.
So one of the things that I've actually found helpful for myself and things like that is actually simple workshops put on by that industry. Or because if you can make them fun and get them engaging, most people will come back to it again. Now, we make maple syrup ourselves at our place, not a lot, and I'm not saying we do it right, but it was one of the things where one of our local guys said, yeah, come out and try it and see what it's like. And he was very welcoming, brought us in, answered questions, even if we thought they were, kind of inconsequential, but he answered them, and now we're trying it ourselves a bit. And like that was one of the biggest things, is just bringing in workshops. And the other thing is my children are getting involved more and more with 4-H at this point. Organizations like that give them the chance to try a lot of different things. So engaging with like your local 4-H or just even youth groups to get them to try it, it's amazing how well things like that can actually stick and be retained.
The nice thing about us all producing food is that we can use food as a way to bring people to our events. So that'd be one thing. I would love to come to an event with free maple syrup. But on top of that, we need to know about those events too. So it's great that you put them on. But young people are on social media. So if you have a strong social media face out there, you're promoting your products, you're promoting your practices, you're promoting workshops or anything else that you guys do as an industry. You can look at some of the other organizations out there. I know they usually probably have someone who's paid to do those things, but it's definitely worth it, I think. And even if it's to attract new people to your industry or just to keep them engaged, for young people, that's what they're on, and we'll see, I think.
So question to the panel quickly. How many of you have bought something because you watched an Instagram or TikTok video and it sounded interesting and then you got it? Yeah. TikTok, Randall.
I want producers, not just people to consume. So we like both consumption. We can sell more than we actually can make at the moment. So we want people to come to the industry to be maple syrup producers. Thank you.
Awesome. All right, Mike 2, Andy.
Hi, Andy Kivenhoven. Thank you. Thank you for stepping up and being part of what you're part of. I appreciate it as a guy with gray hair when younger folks start stepping up and continuing. My question to you is, looking into the future, tell me about an opportunity that you see for agriculture that has a good possibility of being seized, an opportunity. I want to look forward. I think we're looking backwards sometimes, and I want to look forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I can try this. Okay. So I guess one of the things that actually does really interest me is I kind of like the idea of using the hive robotics for planting and things like that. Simply because the idea just seems extremely intriguing to myself. Not some really large one that goes out, but the smaller ones that actually go out that you can manage and things like that. So for myself, there's just myself and my father-in-law that work with our farms, and he says he's going to retire. I'm not sure it's ever going to happen, but with just the two of us, it does really put a time constraint sometimes if it's catchy weather and things like that. If even we're doing some traditional planting and tillage and things like that, it'd be nice to know that out in the other fields, there's something out there that is doing our job for us that we can just go check on to make sure it's getting done right. So that's one of the things, yeah, I could see a nice future into.
Yeah, and sort of building on that, definitely on the technology, but I think more so in the future, you'll see us having almost IT departments within our local dealerships for repairing our robots and dealing with our network security, which is something that we haven't maybe had to deal with the same extent, but similar how many automotive companies have IT departments that help look after all their robots. We're going to be needing the same.
Yeah. I agree with Erica and Mike on that one, just the robotics. Like, we've been milking with robots for 22 years now, and it's been exceptional. When we first started up, everyone thought we were crazy. Now everyone thinks that we're the smartest people for doing that at that time. But you start seeing that you have more family time. You get to spend more time with everyone. And I understand people want to still have parlors and such, which is all to them. But at the same time, you start looking at families and family time, and like, if you only have 1 or 2 kids growing up, and one of them only wants to farm, or both of them don't want to farm, it depends on how much longer you want to keep on farming for. For milking, you could retire at 50 and just enjoy your rest of your time just doing small cash cropping, or you could buy a robot and milk for another 20 years, hire somebody part-time, help you out. Like, you can do a lot with your time, and you can a lot of time management. But also the IT part of it, I've had a friend of mine who their computer got hacked because they clicked on a link, and they end up having to the robots were shut down for robots were shut down for a day because of one link clicked, and they had to restart everything from scratch. They were able to save most of it because it gets uploaded to the cloud, but just one click of a link just can mess everything up. So that's definitely something I know our dealership has been looking into more in that, and that is something that will be very much considered in the future.
Something that's really intrigued me, and I think will be up and coming in the next few decades, is AI, and for cow farmers, I mean artificial intelligence, not insemination. Yeah, it's something I don't fully understand, but I think if there is a way to bridge, agriculture and the tech, I'm sure it's already happening, but if we can be more involved with some of those things, the ideas come from the farmers, and then someone who knows more about these things can make them happen. And I think if we make stronger connections there, I think that stuff will take off. I think it's a huge opportunity.
Awesome. So at this time, we're going to start to round it up. So they will be around. So if you have a further question for them, please come up and ask them. But I have 3 rapid fire questions. So like grab the mic, say your answer quick. Favorite food?
Cheese. Burgers.
Burgers. Cheese.
Pizza.
Also pizza.
Yes.
Ice cream.
Dream trip if you could go anywhere.
Holland.
World Dairy Expo?
Scotland.
I'm torn between Africa.
I was supposed to go to New Zealand, and then COVID hit, so I want to go back there.
And last rapid fire question. One thing you never leave home without.
My phone.
My phone.
Same thing.
Yes.
Ditto.
All right, so thank you for participating. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for taking time out of your day. Can we give a round of applause to our youth leaders of tomorrow?
Good job, everyone. You killed it.
Mike's yours. It's mine. Thank you, Sarah and team. So we are about to head into a break. Before that, I'd like you all to reach around your neck, should it be there, and put your clicker on the table. Do not leave the room with your clicker. Do not leave the room with your clicker. Take your phone, take your book, whatever you need. Second, we're headed into a break. Just before the break, we'll have a video from one of our sponsors. But a heads up, when you go out there, enjoy the snacks and food. There are no box lunches at 12 p.m., but there's a nice healthy snack out there right now. And we are at 10:30, order of the day, the election for director at large starts. So be back on time. Let's see this video. On we go. That quick. Enjoy your break, guys.
If we could have our 4 at-large candidates join me on the stage here, that would be great. All right, it's 10:31, so we will get started. If there's anybody out in the hall that wants to come in and join us for this part of the agenda, that would be great. I have just a couple of announcements that I'm going to make before we get started. The first is I am very excited to share the results of our silent auction and our 50-50 tickets last night. Thank you very much to all of you who were very generous this year in your bids, and I hope you're going home with a great selection of gifts and trinkets from across the province. The total raised for the 2024 bursaries is $12,202. And I'd like to do a special shout out to the OFA staff team that works very hard for many months coming up to this event. And actually, the planning of the AGM 2024 in some ways starts during this AGM, where we are collecting your input and feedback about what's working well. But of course, there will be a survey that will come out afterwards. It'll come by email. And it's really important for you to take just a few minutes of your day to let us know what were the best parts, what were the highlights, and what are the things that we can tweak for next year. Your input's super valuable. So thank you very much to the whole staff team that works to put this event on for our members and delegates and ag and commodity organizations and special guests over a couple of days. And so if we can just join together and give them a big round of applause, that'd be great. And I'm going to give a special shout out to Kelly Alves, who is the orchestrator of all of this and makes sure that we are all in the right place at the right time to make this happen. All right, so the agenda has now come to the what many of you have been waiting for a number of days, the at-large director election. So as you will know, we have 4 excellent candidates that have put their name forward for this position. It is a 3-year term on the OFA board, and this individual will replace Peggy Breckfeld, who is our outgoing director at large, finishing up her term this year. So the way the process will work here, each of the 4 candidates are going to have an opportunity to give a 3-minute speech. We will be harsh about the timing. Kelly Alves is in charge. When she waves the red flag, you must stop talking within a couple of seconds. Each candidate will have an opportunity for 3 minutes to share some remarks, and then we're looking for questions from the delegates, from voting delegates across the province. So if you can be ready at any of the 4 microphones in the room to ask questions of the delegates after the 4 speeches, that would be great. And I do have a couple of questions in my pocket just in case we are looking for any, but that hasn't been the case in the past. We've had really good participation. So we've randomly drawn the names of the order of how they will speak to you this morning. And so first up is Andy Kivenhoven.
I've always wanted to do that too. Good day, fellow farmers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for nominating me for the position of Director at Large. Congratulations to the other candidates. We have a good slate. I wish them well. I am married to Mary Kivenhoven for over 42 years, a father of 3, and OPA to 7 grandchildren. I am a greenhouse flower farmer from Peel and Halton regions. I've been farming for over 40 years, growing flowers, food for the soul. My leadership path has come via Flowers Canada. I have been on the provincial and national organization boards for almost 20 years. It is during those years that I have learned to listen and discuss with farmers about the issues they are having. I've learned to ask questions to further understand the issue and find possible solutions. I have the skills to discuss a very specific issue with a farmer or a small group of farmers, but also fly up to 40,000 feet and find that high-level overarching view of agriculture. Coming from horticulture sector, I've worked on many different issues, including labor, seasonal agricultural workers, temporary foreign workers program, housing for workers, water, business risk management, Bill 234, the carbon tax relief for farmers. This has given me a diverse and different perspective on many issues. The advocacy work that I have done with flowers involved collaboration. We collaborated with horticulture, organizations like the Ontario Greenhouse Vegetable Growers, Ontario Greenhouse Vegetable Growers, and Ontario Fruit and Vegetable Growers. Nationally, many other organizations. Presently, I sit on the Canadian Federation Board of Directors, where we collaborate with many different organizations. I've always been a person very much so involved in collaboration, trying to get farmers together, because I believe that when the government hears different stories and different solutions from different sectors of agriculture, it gives the government opportunity not to act, or sometimes worse, they act, and we've seen the results of that. I believe all sectors need to work together, creating a more unified voice. As a result of 30 years in agriculture, boards and associations doing advocacy work, my skill set of good listening, analytical thinking, strategic thinking, visionary observation, and passionate speaking have been developed. With my diverse and different perspective on many issues, I believe I could add to the value at the discussions of the OFA board. I request your support in voting for me as Director at Large, where I promise to use my diverse experience, my seasoned skills, to advocate for farmers across Ontario, moving agriculture forward into the exciting future. Thank you, and blessings to you all.
And the next candidate we'll call to the mic is Angela Cammert.
Good morning. So after 2 days of what I've been referring to as being interviewed for the longest job interview I've ever had, and I've never been interviewed by such a very large board. I want to tell all of you, you can go back to the membership in your local federation and tell all of them that you are representing your local federations very well. All of you asked me numerous questions in regards to my skills and abilities, in regards to my resume that was on the table, into my municipal experience and my land planning. So congratulations to all of you for interviewing me, and I hope that I passed with flying colors to all the questions that you've asked me in the last couple of days. To those of you that I didn't get a chance to talk to, because there is quite a few of you here, I've been told there's over 250 delegates in the room, and I think I talked to well over half of you. We're fifth generation farmers, and I have over 20 years of business experience, and which is very diverse. I ended up in the municipal world after I was encouraged to run for politics by a seasoned politician who recognized that I understood policy and planning. I was grumbling to him over something that was happening in my local municipality, and he's like, well, then do something about it. Put your name in for the election. So I did. I spent the time previous to the election networking, very similar to what I've done in the last couple of days, and sure enough, I won the hearts of my community and I was elected. I spent a 4-year term during the pandemic representing my community and the agricultural voice. During that time, I had the success of having the EFA come to my council. They recognized a farmer based on the questions that I was asking them in return, and then one of our particular vice president at the time sought out my contact and asked me to attend a meeting. And I did, and the rest is history. Here I am standing today. I was hooked. Being as we were already OFA members, it was an easy fit. I didn't have to change anything. So, my background is in land planning. My time during municipal council, I took advantage of the continuing education opportunities that I had to take basic land use and advanced land use planning policies to learn how the policies are created, how they're implemented, and learn that there is abilities to strategically look at them that you can interpret of how they're implemented. And I wasn't happy with that. So during my term of council, I made sure that we made decisions that represented the best voice for rural living and rural agricultural. So then I chose not to run for municipal council, knowing that this director at large position was coming up to seek this position. So here I am today in front of all of you, asking to seek my support for director at large, being the fact that I have municipal experience, land use planning experience, and over 20 years of business management experience. I believe that I would fit in the already diverse board that they have. I would add that little bit of a differentiation to the board, being as the board is currently right now in a changing process. So it is a new chapter for the board, and I look forward to bringing my different views and opinions to the board. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Angela. Our next candidate is Bill Orford.
Thank you. I'm going to get my skid steer ready. Hi, I'm Bill Orford from Manitoulin Island. My wife and I, Sally and daughter, we farm a small beef herd, and also we bring in cattle for pasture and crop management, and I also like to do a little bit of forestry. As a farmer, I've seen that there's many challenges, and it is, don't mind me, I gotta either have my glasses on to read or everybody looks the same, white. It's essential that a farmer is able to tell their own story and not let someone else tell their version of it. Let me help tell your story. It was quite coincidence yesterday that one of the workshop was farming. Tell a story. And that's what we've got to do. I firmly believe that OFA can be instrumental in assuring that all levels of government uphold the importance of duty to consult with all the stakeholders to ensure that transparency in changes of policy and procedure may be effective in the agriculture world. I'm very short and sweet. I look forward to work with OFA and the board of directors to be a unified voice and make sure that the grassroots are heard. And I'm willing to roll up my sleeves and get dirty with you. I ask you at this point in time for your vote to represent OFA as a director at large. Thank you.
And next, I would invite Julie Danon.
One criticism that we face in agriculture is that we have multiple voices asking for multiple things. The problem with this is that it enables division by politicians, nullifying our requests as an organization. OFA delegates, fellow candidates, guests. Farmers, at less than 2% of the Canadian population, are such a small group that our requests can get lost in the multitude of requests politicians receive. If you elect me as director at large, I will work hard to bring agriculture and the industry together to tell our story. I am a lifelong learner. Over the past 8 years at PAC, I've met many new people. I have discussed with farmers about the varying issues across our counties and districts around our province, learning how we are the same and how we are different. After attending the OFA Lobby Day in 2020, I learned how important it is to come to government with a clear message, delivered with a personal story. I've brought these experiences back to my county and used them in our local lobbying efforts. This experience was also a big factor in my interest to run for a director at the OFA. This is why when I was on the PAC steering committee, I advocated for more training opportunities during the PAC review process. In conversations that I have had with several PAC members, they asked for training and for OFA to invest in them. The board's commitment to implement a training and development program for OFA members will improve our local county federations and train and inspire future board members. I look forward to supporting and promoting these new opportunities as they are developed. I have many passions, but I'm most proud of my 27 years working with youth as a 4-H dairy leader. Many of my 4-H kids have gone on to successful careers in the agricultural industry, and I am proud to have been a part of that. I've used this experience as a 4-H leader to identify up-and-coming youth in our county, reaching out to many of my past 4-H connections and flagging them as potential directors in Perth. Developing connections with youth will be key to the future success of OFA. I also highly value collaborating with people. I like sharing and brainstorming ideas, as well as reaching out and connecting people with good ideas. In my role as president of the Perth Federation, I was able to share some of our methods with other counties to help guide them in changes that they were wanting to make. Every year, the Perth Federation hosts a spring forum where we bring all the local commodity boards together to present briefs about the issues affecting their industries to our MP and MPP. It is projects like these that have demonstrated to me the value of how different commodities and groups can work together. I would like to continue this work on a provincial level and find more ways to bring counties, districts, and commodities together to reach common goals. Agriculture in Ontario and Canada is full of innovation, and when I talk to people, they are excited about their futures. As the Japanese author Satoru says, individually we are a drop, together we are an ocean. I look forward to working together with all farmers to make agriculture's future bright for the next generation. I ask for your support. Vote Julie Danan, Director at Large.
Thank you, Julie. All right, I see someone at microphone 2. So if you can introduce yourself and ask a question, and then I'll direct the question to each of the candidates and do so randomly.
Yep, Ryan Passy, Leeds. The question I have for you is, can you think of one policy or regulation at the provincial or federal level that you would change, and why?
And we're going to start with Julie.
Oh, thank you. So is this on? Can you hear me? There we go. So one policy I think we need to work on getting changed is the proposed 2023 PPS. The regulations in that legislation are very difficult for agriculture to work with, and we need to work hard to make sure agricultural land is protected. And the proposed PPS 2023 is causing a lot of challenges in our municipal localities.
Thanks, Julie. Bill.
I guess I got to ditto that with Julie. That is our number one, is protecting our land. And if we don't have our land, we don't have food. And anything after that, it really doesn't matter.
Andy.
I believe it's the big issue is the right to farm. Presently at the national level, we're working with the Sustainable Agricultural Strategy, and I see that as being something, and it's not changing it, but it's getting ahead of it. And I think that's one of the big things that's going to impact agriculture like it never has before. And if we don't have the right policies in place as organizations, and that's all of the provincial and federal ag organizations, we're going to be really restricted in how potentially we can farm. Thank you.
Angela.
I agree with both of my directors that the provincial policy statement as well as the right to farm need to be protected and strengthened, hence the resolutions I had in the package. Right now that those policies are not being followed and they're not being protected, they're making planning decisions that are having long-term implications on people's ability to continue farming how they have, also on future development. I don't think that the government is seeing the long-term picture of what's going to happen 20 years, even 10 years down the road from now, and our ability for food production. They're not protecting that. They're not reviewing MDS policies and making sure that those are in place. And I really see food insecurity being an issue that's associated with not following those policies.
Thank you, Angela. I see Andrea, I think, at the mic.
I'm Andrea McCoy from Lanark County. Talking to a few people, actually talking to a number of delegates, I've heard this a lot this last few days. Many members feel OFA is up there and members are down there. So where are you? And how would you explain the board to those people who really do feel they're down there?
Bill, can I ask you to answer that first?
Yes. My point of view is that we as Director at Large, or myself as Director at Large, needs to take the grassroots and bring it here where we have teeth to be able to work with our membership and in a nutshell, I guess, be heard. And that's where I hope I can bring to as Director at Large.
Thanks, Bill. Angela.
So we are obviously a member organization, and with the federations, we're here to represent the members. So yes, there is a bottom-up push as well as a top-down push, and everybody needs to work together as a joint collaborative unit to push out the same message to your local governments, the upper government, the federal government of what is going on, and share the same message. So if you're having issues, because one thing I learned is what's going on in West Lorne in my municipality, you're having similar issues in yours, but they're being handled a little differently and you have different strategies. So if we share those strategies amongst each other, then maybe we can build one joint strategy that works collaboratively to push across the province. And I think right now, perhaps maybe we're a little siloed in the federations and we're not working together. So I would like to see a little more of that happening.
Andy?
Well, what I've heard you ask, Angela, is how do we increase and continue to develop communication, because there seems to be a gap between the small federations, all of the federations, and the board, and there's a gap. So if I were elected to be director at large, I would focus on communication. I want to know and communicate with every one of the federations. I would set up an email system where I can email with them and communicate directly with them, opening up my door as wide as I can to get as much information from the federations, and then as my board position, I would disseminate the information there. As I stated earlier, I'm a good listener, so I will listen to what the issues are and bring them forward. Thank you.
Julie?
So I feel a director at large needs to be able to reach out to all the counties and districts across this province and discuss with them the issues that they're facing. We need to sit down and have conversations about why certain policies are working and why policies aren't working. And so that there's the understanding from what's happening at the board level down to the local level, because sometimes you don't understand what's happening at a higher level, at the board level, but there's some conversations that just need to be had that you understand some of the nuances that you might not know. So if I'm elected as director at large, I will be willing to come out to your events and reach out to your meetings and be willing to answer your questions at any time if you have them.
Thanks, Julie. Microphone 3.
Yeah, Leo Blighter, Dufferin County, and I want to thank all you candidates for standing for the director at large position. I have a question, and I think as an organization we found ourselves reacting significantly to a number of positions the government developed around land use planning in Ontario and severances, and we discussed and had a few resolutions about that. I think many of us were very incredulous that they even proposed that kind of a legislation. And I think historically we had a relationship where the government would consult with us a little bit prior to introducing new legislation. Obviously they didn't do that with some of these bills, Bill 97 and changes to the provincial policy statement. How can we regain a relationship in which the government will consult with us prior to introducing bills, legislation that affect use of farmland? Thank you.
Angela?
I think ag advisory councils are a perfect tool to build those relationships with stakeholders in the community. And I know some government organizations are still using them and some are not. I think that's something that really should be brought back and focused on, and try and keep that at all levels of government and have some sort of ag advisory, especially with the urban municipalities and cities that are not having an ag lens at their table when they're making policy statements and planning policies. They're not considering what they're doing, especially with the shortage of planners across the province. A lot of them are being hired from urban areas. They don't understand how rural works, how we operate, and the implications of what they're doing. So that's why I think ag advisory committees would work well for that.
Julie?
So I think a big way we can get more better relationships with the government is if we work hard on gaining support from our urban neighbors. If we have conversations with our urban neighbors and explain to them our issues and build support with them, that resonates a lot with our local governments. And if we can build support through other avenues, then governments will be able to listen to us more.
Andy?
I think I would handle that from a political realm. I think one of the strategies OFA can continue to pursue is building relationships with MPs. But we need to target not just the agriculture area, but we need to go to all of the MPs, but specifically those that are in key positions of decision making, those that are surrounding the leader of the government of the day, and get to them, be them rural or urban. We need to build relationships with them and present our stories to them so they have a better understanding of what agriculture is and what our issues are. So I believe it is a political strategy. Thank you.
And Bill?
I guess I'd have to say that yes, we do need stronger ag adversary council, but we also need support from all, and I mean all, by even not just our agriculture field, but everybody that's affected with that policy today. And sometimes we don't reach out till the very last second to bring everybody into the circle. When you're corralling a bunch of cattle, you don't want to leave one or two out because they entice for that corral to be broke. Thank you.
Microphone 2.
Paul Buckley, Cortha Halburn. Thanks again to the four of you for letting your name stand. We appreciate it. I have a question kind of, I guess, maybe around character and how you'd maybe approach government. OFA is a grassroots lobbyist organization, and my question would be like, how would you as an individual approach policies working with government, maybe on a spectrum of, you know, go along to get along, keep your seat at the table, to, you know, standing firm for farmers' rights. I realize that probably the right and the political answer would be, you know, walking that line straight and narrow. But if you could maybe just give us some indication of, you know, where you would maybe stand on that, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Start with Andy.
What I've heard you ask is how would you approach working with the government and lobbying people, and what is your methodology to that? I see you nodding, so then I am correct. Thank you. The way I have approached this over my years is you build a relationship. One of the key things is I've tried always to find out something unique about the person that I'm meeting and reach out to that. And then build that relationship softly, but be equipped very firmly with really good data in your mind and in your information sheets so that you can present your point in a very firm method and a very solid method, and end with a really clear ask. If you need to go back and because they haven't responded, continue asking that same question and get firmer and firmer as they are. And if you believe that they have done something and gone in a completely different direction than what was required, you bring your points as to why it's wrong, and then you gently tell them it's wrong and this is the proper solution, and then slowly you get more and more aggressive to a point where if they're not moving, then you really need to get aggressive with it. Thank you.
Julie.
So when you go to government, I think you need to come with a really clear message, and telling a story speaks volume when you're talking to politicians. They like hearing the personal stories. They like knowing how it affects you. And if you can come with that clear message, I do believe it really helps. But I think we also need to involve more of our commodity groups and other groups that have the same issues when we're talking to politicians as well. Because when we come just from OFA, we're just one small group, but if we can come with other groups that say, yes, we're having this same issue, we are more effective and we can move governments quicker.
Bill.
I guess I got to go back into the last question. It's very similar. We've got to involve everybody. Sometimes we start at the grassroots, we work to our MPs, MPPs. And if we don't get the door opened or we don't get an invitation, we keep asking, and we don't give up. We just keep pushing and pushing harder as a whole. Thank you.
Angela?
It's really like to kind of say what Andy was saying, it is about building relationships and learning how to communicate with them and to educate them on the policies that they're doing and how they're affecting your area. But at the same time, when you come to the table, you need to offer solutions of change on how what they're proposing isn't going to work in a rural area. And it is the same thing with bringing other stakeholders and community groups with you. So whether that is commodity groups, whether that is other economic groups that are affected by the same issue that's being brought forward, you bring as many voices as you can to the table to educate everybody on the policy or the issue that's in front, to again further build that relationship and have them understand that this is what they're explaining is a broad spectrum issue. But it is all about, in politics, is relationship building and networking, and then go from there. And there is a time, and it is okay to disagree and say that you don't okay with what they're doing, but you need to offer them solutions. You can't just say, don't do this. But there will be where they dig in the sand, like what happened with Bill 97, and then we picked the hill we wanted to die on. We all joined together, we all signed the lobby agreement, everybody spoke up against it, and now, even this week they're backpedaling, they're changing some of the policies that they put in place. So you just have to pick your battles.
Thank you, Angela. Microphone 4, and then I'm going to do 3 up to 1, and then back to 3.
Good morning, Mark Reeser from Waterloo. It's important in any organization that leaders have a good grasp of government and a good knowledge of governance, I wonder if the candidates would share their experience with governance.
Bill, can you start that for us?
I've sat on various different committees, soil and crops, soil and cattlemen's, DFO, even with FMO, the Fire Marshal's Office. You just got to be open and talk to them and get their views, and not necessarily be a friend, but kindness start with, and then work from there. I guess of all of us here, I probably got the least, but that's okay. I'm still not afraid to get in there and see what I can do. Thank you.
Julie?
So my governance training started back in 4-H, followed by all the work I did with junior farmers over the years, and now with my board experience at the Perth County Federation of Agriculture. And we focus hard on governance in our local county, and we value governance because it brings structure to our boards and it gives us direction.
Angela?
I've had governance training multiple times over the course of my life. I'm not sure the now program that is no longer available is called Encounters with Canada. Back when I was in high school, I was one of the selected representatives from my school to attend it. So in other words, I was a page at that time. And I remember listening to them debate back and forth, sitting on the steps, just amazed by the whole process at that time. And then obviously from there, I proceeded into a business degree. From then, I've obviously chaired other committees and communities. When I was a municipal councillor, there is a requirement for us to actually take governance training and understand how the boardroom works and to make sure that you follow those procedures and decorum when you're in there. So I have understand how those things work and have seen everything operate in person.
And Andy?
Yes, governance. At the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, I have been the resolutions chair for 3 years. This February, I get to do my 4th resolutions. And as chair of resolutions, you stand in the front and lead the entire procedure. So my understanding of governance in that realm is pretty good. Flowers Canada, I was president of Flowers Canada, both the national and the provincial organizations, and along with my executive directors at that time, we reorganized both of the organizations. We also got ourselves filed under the Farm Products Commission Act, and that required a lot of governance information as well. Prior to that, I have attended and done many workshops and trainings on governance, so I think I have a fairly good understanding of governance and the methods that meetings are being run. and how to keep an organization running smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 3.
Yes, as we are looking to nominate one of you for the future of our organization, and we've been hearing a lot about how it takes time to create relationships in the industry. I just want to ask how much time in the years ahead can each one of you contribute to this organization before you need to step down? Thank you.
Andy.
If I'm elected as director at large, I will for sure fill my 3 years. At that time, if it would be to your pleasure to have me reelected, I would let my name stand for that reelection. If you talk to me and ask me about total time and how my time is used, I have been doing advocacy work for 20 years. I've organized my business in a manner that allows me the freedom to go do what I am doing. And that organization of the business will continue, so I will have adequate, if not enough, more than enough time to do the role of director at large. Trust I answered your question. Thank you.
Angela.
I obviously will fill my term out to assign a specific time. My family has been farming for generations, well over 100 years, and we have no plans of getting out of it. So, and I'm not one to, I guess, sit back in the back corner and not speak up. So I don't see me leaving this room anytime soon.
Bill.
I guess I would say that definitely 3 years, could be longer. I do have a wonderful support team at home and neighbors that is there to help my wife with our farming practice. I hope that answers your question.
And Julie.
I am prepared for the commitments of the day-to-day and the yearly commitments of OFA. I've got a really good staff at home on our operation that we can rely on to give me the time to be away from our farm. And as for the length of the term, I will be willing to serve as long as you are willing to elect me back to the position of director at large.
All right. Microphone 1, and then back to microphone 3, and then over to 2.
Brian Cruz, Northumberland County. I speak about PAC. We had a resolution that failed yesterday, and we had another resolution that was tabled for a year. That indicates that the members aren't satisfied with the position that the board put forward. But at the same time, we've had many members, PAC members as well, speak that they aren't happy with the way PAC is going. What would you do over the next year so that we're in a better position at this time next year?
Angela.
I think with what everyone has said, there is no cohesive agreement in how PAC is supposed to run. So I think obviously at the next PAC meeting, that probably should be a priority. We need to start information gathering on the goals of what you want to achieve with PAC, and then try and build out some kind of a strategic plan on how you want to operate until you can come to an agreement, and then submit it to go back to your federations to discuss. Perhaps that can be done through information gathering for the board, so that it's, again, not top-down or bottom-up pushed in for everybody to sit and figure out how we're going to do it. In the meantime, when you go home today and to your federation meetings, put your thinking caps on and try and build some strategies that you can gather to submit to the board.
Bill.
First thing that I think that we need is on the PAC is terms of reference. Sometimes the guidelines aren't laid out, and that's what needs to be done. I had the privilege of talking to numerous people. If you firmly believe in something, there's a problem. Don't be afraid to unite. If you're going to unite as a, I always call it districts, but counties. And that's what I have to say that Middlesex did, at least. They didn't believe that there was justice done for PACT, and they want justice. So it's the same thing. It's not just top down or bottom up. Let's sit down and figure it out. Thank you.
Andy?
I think it begins with discussion. And then the discussion needs to be with the federations, so the board needs to communicate with the federations as to how they view PAC and how PAC has affected what they're doing. And then the board needs to understand what that all is. And then also the federations need to understand what the board was trying to get and is trying to get out of PAC. And I think that that would be a good discussion to have. And I say discussion because you're going to lead each other to a common consensus that brings us together and says, this is what we actually see it. Now, how do we structure it? Do we structure this part in the bylaws and this part in policy? This gets firm so everybody is content that the new structure won't go away, but this is policy in order to allow the structure to change to meet the needs as this gets developed and moves along. So I think it's an awful lot of discussion amongst all of the organizations to get involved in that. Thank you.
And Julie.
So I feel the new PAC structure was rolled out a little too quickly without enough detail to go along with it. I think we need to have more conversations with the board about what the detail of their vision is, and through conversations about the details and where they see the federation forum going, it needs to be had with all our county federations and PAC members, because I'm really glad that that got tabled to next year, because I think we definitely need to have more discussions and get everybody on the same table before we move ahead.
Awesome. Microphone 3.
Lauren Underwood, Bruce County. I've heard communications is number one. As a farmer organization with OFA, when we register as our business, we register with OFA. I understand you register with OFA, you automatically are a county member. The problem comes with communications. All the emails go up. Well, how does Bruce County or any of the local federations get the emails to our members in writing that we can actually contact our members, our local members, grassroots members? Right now, that's where it's broke. OFA's got the email. We cannot get it in writing, and they call it a confidentiality thing. I believe when we register with OFA, that information is automatically passed down, but it's not. They call it a confidentiality. Where do you stand on getting this broken situation fixed?
So if I might extend privilege of the chair of the elections, and I'll be happy to talk to you about that after the meeting, the rules and regulations that OFA has to follow in terms of membership confidentiality and how we can help federations communicate with their members. And actually, if you have a chance to talk to Janine Lunn or Paul Nairn, who are the managers of the Eastern and Western teams, they've been working on this since this came up at the last PAC meeting. So I'm going to go to the next question.
Hello, my name is Daniel Vanderhout, and I'm from Hamilton Wentworth. A key part of board composition is being able to represent a diversity of viewpoints and the breadth of that, especially in an industry that's as diverse as ours. I think that can't be underestimated. And so, given an eye towards issues that are upcoming in the industry, my question is this. What are the issues that you see coming in the near future, and how are you uniquely situated to be the best choice for bolstering the board's ability to address those issues, referencing your farming background, your experience, and your skills?
Thank you. I'm going to start with Julie.
Thank you for the question. I'm just trying to struggle here to think about what issue we could talk about, but I'm going to go back to an issue that we really have to do is land use planning and preservation of farmland. I know it's not a new issue. It's just an issue I'm really passionate about, and it affects every segment of the agriculture industry. And when we come down to issues, I do want to talk to different industries and ask them questions, because I like learning about industries and how problems affect them. And if we can learn how problems affect the different industries, we can grow and move forward and come to decisions that can help us as a board.
Angela.
There's a few things I see coming with the continued rising in operating costs and the rise in interest rates for young farmers to be able to purchase farms. Land planning is obviously a big issue. Obviously, I'm not an expert in all of those things. I have a very strong background in land planning, but as for, controlling financial interest rates, I would obviously seek out the knowledge of someone that has a financial planning background and seek their input on how we can best lobby to deal with that. Some of the young farmers that are here, I've actually spoken with them over the last couple of days because we were discussing different ways of how they can purchase farms, because I know I have my own children that my son wants to farm, but with the rising cost of purchasing land, can you purchase a farm? Can you grow our operation? So that's where I need to bring in people that have economic policy backgrounds and master's degrees and get their guidance on how we can bring this to the government and make them understand that the generation of farming is aging, and we need to think on succession planning on how we can continue to keep farming and without having the crazy operating costs, the crazy interest rates, and what they're doing to land planning, and put it all in one package.
Andy?
The upcoming issue, I think, is going to be labor. It's in front of a lot of agricultural areas. Horticulture has been faced with labor for a long, long time. They have been using the seasonal agricultural worker program to solve those. I believe that that program is going to be utilized by a greater percentage of all of agriculture, as our ability to hire people from the local community gets less and less. I've heard one person tell me that they could pay a guy $100,000 and he still didn't want to work in the pig farm. So that, I believe, is one of the key issues that's coming forward. That's also being solved by the Temporary Foreign Workers Program. And inside of those two programs is this whole area called housing for labor. Your foreign workers need to have labor. All of those things I have been working on for over 10 years. So I have that to bring forth. The other key thing, I think, is water. We heard about it today, or this morning, in regards to stormwater management and how water is being handled from that area. In the greenhouse sector, we've been mandated to manage water in such a way that if you have a recirculating system, you actually have to have it certified that you are collecting all of the water. So that's the type of things, and those are the issues that I think are going to be more and more affecting agriculture in general, and the right to take water. That is going to get a lot more complicated than it is now. Thank you.
And Bill?
To answer your question, I appreciate it, because you are a young farmer and you are our future. Land use, land preservation, food security, food sovereignty. It's like Andy said, labor, but I think labor, hopefully, because we can't get labor, that's what put me out of the dairy, was labor in Northern Ontario, but the technology's there. Yes, I did have a succession plan to build a new big dairy barn with the latest and the greatest. But in 2015, I ended up 30 days living on a respirator. And long before everybody identified it was COVID, I had COVID. But the most thing that really makes me see the young people is the mental health, the stress of interest rates, and sometimes not having the family support to go forward to produce what you are. Is not only beef, chicken, vegetables, the maple syrup, the woodlots, everything. That's agriculture. And this gentleman this morning from the maple syrup got up for a question, and I thought that was awesome, because my nephew-in-law in Northern Ontario is the second largest, and I watch him struggle mentally to try to grow. And it's as real gets. And also mental health is very important to me. Because a year ago Monday, I lost my best friend. And darn it, it still hurts today. So kudos to you for that question. I tip my hat to you.
Thank you. Okay, last question, and then it looks like we will be ready to call the question.
Good morning, Sydney Kippen from Glengarry County and also a participant of OIFF this year. What is one thing you would like to do or change to increase youth participation and understanding within OFA?
Bill, we're going to start with you.
Clarification on that. I didn't quite hear
Sure.
that.
What is one thing you would like to do or change to increase youth participation and understanding within OFA?
It's just reaching out to the young people. It's like my neighbor was up here on the panel. We're a small group in Northern Ontario, 180 roughly. When we get together at AGM, we have a good turnout, 100, a little more than 100 plus. And it's just going around the room and personally talking to them, encouraging them. Come and join us, and let's see if you like it. Not a commitment, just see if you like it. And then go from there. And yeah, we do throw a lariat out there and put around them and say, here, come along anyway. So, thank you.
Angela.
So the Elgin Federation actually has the privilege of having a fairly diversified board where we have a lot of young farmers and some of us that have a lot of experience. So, and we bring in the young farmers and we actually offer mentorships when we bring them in. So in the last, in my term that I've been the vice president, I've had a couple of the young farmers that have been interested in learning on some of the land lobbying, even when it hasn't, you know, it's been a busy year, there's been some advocacy, and they're learning to find their ag voice. So that's how we work with them. And other members on our board do the same thing. Depending on what their commodity is, we try and mentor them up and help them learn how it's been done for generations and help them build strategies to do their operations. So I had the privilege of mentoring another beef farmer last year, and she's reached out to our board and indicated that she wants to join it this year after helping her out with her beef production. So that's what's working for us.
Julie.
I am really passionate about bringing youth into OFA. We've worked really hard at our Perth Federation board to do this. And I think one of the things that OFA can do is when they're offering training and development programs is to offer evening and weekend spots for these things to happen so that our youth can come to these events when they're not working and they're not taking time off from their busy day-to-day events that they're working at.
Andy.
Communication. Starts with communication, talking to the federations, getting them to understand how they can communicate to all of the participants that are involved in agriculture. And with that communication and passionate speaking, get people excited and involved in what's going, show them the value of what it is. And for the youth, it's all about walking alongside them, getting people like young Daniel that asked a really intense question, but walking alongside them to work with them as they understand what's going on and encourage them into leadership roles. Thank you.
All right. Did I miss you?
No, can I add?
Oh, you want to add? I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Respect that.
Sorry. Okay, so everyone that has a red lanyard should still have a clicker in your hands from the resolutions this morning, but if by any chance there is anyone here with a red lanyard that does not have a clicker, raise your hand, and we've got a team that will make sure you have what you need. So the way this will happen, the successful candidate for the director at large will require 50% plus one in order to be successful. If at the first draw, there is one candidate who is successful at having 50% plus one, they will be declared after the first ballot. If no one is successful with 50% plus one on the first ballot, we will drop off the name that is lowest, and then we will proceed with another vote. And we will continue on until there is a single candidate with 50% plus one. Any questions? You are excused. Thank you very much. Can we just give a round of applause for this group? That was a marathon. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all the stuff.
My pleasure.
Okay, so I'm sure that our team is going to put the 4 names up here on the screen so you'll know what to do. And they'll give me the signal when it's, okay, so we have, it's just going to transition over there, I'm sure. There we go. So you may only vote for one candidate. There is only one position, and it is a 3-year position, as we discussed. So you have a selection, A, B, C, D. The last button you push is the one that will be recorded for your vote. So if you press a letter and then you press another letter, the second one is going to be the one that will be registered as your vote. So you can change your mind. And I think we're ready to take your votes. And Paul, you're ready for our speaker when this is okay? All right, looks like we are ready. I don't know the results yet. 1 minute. Drum roll. Oh, here we go. All right, so we don't have any candidates which have reached 50% plus one after the first vote. So we will drop William Orford off of the ballot and vote again. So if we can just have up on the screen again the 3 names that will remain. Thank you. On behalf of everyone here, Bill, thank you very much for letting your name stand. Okay, so those are your 3 names and your 3 letters, A, B, and C. Choose the candidate that you think would be best for the director-at-large position. I'm so glad we don't have ballots. This is great. Oh, Pete says we're ready. It's coming. It's definitely. Okay, so once again, we do not have 50% plus one, so thank you to Julie Danon. We will thank her for letting her name stand. Okay, now this is it. There are only 2 candidates. Making it last. Okay, so you don't have a choice. Angela Kimmert, Andy Kuyvenhoven, please register your final vote for the Director-at-Large position. Pete is giving me a thumbs up, so it looks like the results are going to appear on the screen momentarily. Ooh, Angela. That's pretty much as close as it could possibly be. So congratulations to both candidates, and welcome Angela to the OFA Board of Directors. We'll see you this afternoon. We do have one more item before we wrap up today, which is a speaker who we are confident is going to make you laugh before you leave the meeting today. And I'm just going to put in one more plug for the survey that you are going to get by email after you go home. It's really super important to get your feedback about this meeting, so please participate. I'm going to welcome Paul up to the stage.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. Yeah, we're getting down to the end of it. It's been kind of a long 2 days. There's been a lot going on, a lot of pressure. There's 4 people that put their hearts out and are cheering right now. So it's great that those people did that for us. So yeah, so let's just everybody take a big collective sigh. So everybody take a big breath in, and then let it out. Another one, let it in, and let it out. So let's kind of review what we've done the last couple days. You know, we started out by listening to our Senator Black. We then went on to a bylaw change, which then had an amendment to the bylaw change, which then had a tabling to the bylaw change. And not to only outdo ourselves, we actually even tried to we made an amendment to our Articles of Incorporation. And then in the afternoon, we talked about dead stock, we talked about planning, GR relationships, and robots. It's been an action-packed couple days, and we're just here to hopefully get a few laughs in and relax a little bit. So just before I introduce the comedian, is Peggy somewhere around? Peggy, can you put up your hand? Oh, where about? Oh, there she is. She's over there. Okay, perfect. So before this all started, Kelly brought me out to meet the comedian, and I kind of felt like I was being interviewed by the comedian, because he was asking me some questions and stuff. So I just Derek, I just want to point something out. See the fiery redhead over in that area? She's our president, and she's leaving us. She's from Thunder Bay. She walks at night. She's strict on policy, and she's a dairy farmer. So if that doesn't give you a whole lot of stuff to go for, then I don't know what will. So just remember, Peggy's over there, the fiery redhead. So at this time, I want to introduce a comedian. He's an award-winning Canadian comedian. He's from Timmins, Ontario. He's a regular on Just for Laughs Festival in Montreal. He's a 2-time Gem-I Award nominee and has been nominated numerous times as the best stand-up comedian at the Canadian Comedian Awards. So I want everybody here to put their hands together and give a big OFA welcome to Derek Edwards.
Thank you. Hi, and thank you so much, Paul. And just by way of letting you know, I actually had a chance to meet Peggy. She's awesome. And Thunder Bay, though, I'm from Timmins. That's where we used to go on March break, you know, just to catch some sun. I'm just a northern lad. I feel there's a lot of small towners here. That's my opening salvo. I mean, welcome for my part, all the small town folks. I met Meaford already. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a way of thinking. Timmins is pretty big now, but it's all in the mind. To me, the litmus test, small town. If you've ever been out for an evening and one of the highlights of the night is something called a meat draw. Jesus, you're in small town Canada, ladies and gentlemen. If you've ever driven back from the Legion with a 30-pound ham, you probably didn't pass a lot of skyscrapers on your way back to the farm. But anyway, welcome for my part. It's weird to get used to the city. You know, people ask me, what's the biggest difference? Well, the biggest difference is, you want to say driving, but it's really multiculturalism. It's the day-to-day experience of living in the city. I get to go places in Toronto where I am conspicuously Caucasian. That's a new day for a Timmins guy. I remember, and this clicks right in with the theme of the present moment. I was at the farmer's market, the St. Lawrence Market on Front Street, huge place. I opened that door on a Saturday morning, I looked in, Jesus, holy moly, check me out. I'm the man from Glad. I'm like Johnny Winter. I'm Casper eating a snow cone. I was so brilliantly white. But you know what? You just like represent. You kind of stumble around. It's a big floor space. You try stuff from all over the world. And the Jamaican lady calls me over. Jamun, just this beautiful accent. What can I do? And she wanted me to try this mango chutney. Sounds so harmless. I didn't know there was enough in that spoonful you could baste maybe 65 Christmas turkeys with it. I'm from Timmins. I'm looking at it, well, I hope the cracker doesn't dominate the flavor here. Mango chutney, I pop it in my mouth. Jesus, my car alarm went off. I had to apologize to the poor lady. Her whole display table's full of nose hair floating in teardrops. Sorry about that, sweetie. Just snuck up on me. You see, if this seems a little harsh or coarse, you have to remember, I'm working at least 9 hours earlier than I usually work, so please bear with me. I've never said good morning to open a show before. Guy's right, I'm, as Paul was saying, from Timmins. I'm very proud of Timmins. Of course, as you'll know, many of you will know, at the home of the lovely Shania Twain, we're so proud of her, there's even fans willing to go, ooh, which is way more than I expected at this time of day. But yes, as an ooh person, we're also happy for her. Maybe it's a bit of foul luck, I don't want to seem whiny, but here's this isolated mining town, middle of nowhere, only 2 people ever try entertainment, me and Shania Twain. It's like being the second best known person from Bethlehem. Nobody remembers Gordy of Nazareth. I was just saying, you got to follow her career if you're from my hometown. She won Best Female Country Performer of the Year. The same year, it was a big year for her, but the same year the guy named Billy Ray Cyrus, he won in the male category, and he said, I'm just proud of what Achy Breaky Heart has done. Aren't you obliged to end that with That sounds better when there's one microphone, by the way. Anyway. Boy, you guys, that was really, that was like the Stanley Cup watching that friggin' election. I loved it. And I'm a total outsider. You guys take more care. There's more honesty and discerning moments during your election than there is in the country. You know that. You know that. I didn't mean to kiss your ass, but I guess that's how it came out. But no, well done. Hats off and all. I'm just saying, I know it was a tight race. I don't follow politics. I mean, it rolls on you. I mean, I think of the big moments. That's where I come in, for the tectonic shifts. Like, I don't know if you're aware of this, but last August of last year, on the 12th, the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, had a bumblebee fly down his throat. God, if you haven't seen it, find it. Anybody from Dundalk? Right on, buddy. Were you there? Were you there? Ah, God. What a moment. Okay, picture Doug Ford. I can't impersonate Doug's head with my own head. There's nothing I can do. Just kind of a corn on the cob thing going on there. There's just a phalanx of microphones, and he's talking there. And Ontario healthcare, and it's a real concern. And he's like, and he rushes over. Holy Christ, I just swallowed a bee. I thought, that's the kind of straight-talking, down-home honesty I've been waiting for in politics. That's my new hero. Good God, that's what you want in Canada. People don't care if you're a particularly good orator. Hey, a good looking don't matter. You don't even really worry about scruples that much. It's just, how do you handle adversity? That's the key. We've got precedent, certainly in my lifetime. We had a prime minister for 10 years, a decade. You could barely understand what he was talking about. You remember John Kretschek? Come on. Unflappable, nothing fazed him. He was down in America. Do you remember he got pied? It was one of those great little stories. Somebody, after he did a speech in the States, stood in line, get this, with a big fluffy cream pie, just waiting to talk to the PM. Hey? Oh, yeah. Security was a little lax back then, incidentally. Just lined him up and poof, didn't faze me, whatever, toweled off and moved on. Guy ended up apologizing. But weirder, he was on Parliament Hill one time, you might have seen this, walking between buildings on a sunny day, and this protester lurched towards him. He was accosted. And Kretschek, in a move I've never seen before, some ninja thing, in a flash, he just flips the guy over and drops him on his ass. At first, he's defensive. Then he finds out how people are reacting. They asked him that night about the incident. He goes, I seen him there. He's come at me. I took him out. He had an 80% approval rate. That's unheard of. We loved him. This is hockey country, Canada. We love that handle adversity. And Doug Ford with that, the bee was huge. You could see it on camera from across the parking lot. He swallowed a different species and just kept on talking. I swear to God, he was cracking jokes. Well, at least he's got a lot of real estate to fly around down there. Oh, of course, that's my new hero. I want to run him for PM. I got the posters already figured out. Join the Ford Army. Be all that you can be. That's the one wing sticking out. Yeah, I got political plans of my own, folks. It was a real thing. Oh, geez, when they elected down to the south, if you're ever worried about your own political future here in Canada, just glance to the south for a moment. Okay, it's not bad here. It's not bad. But God, once they elected that guy, who was before Joe Biden? You remember there was that guy? Anyway, when he got in, I always forget his name. Do you know Canada suddenly became a go-to destination? Americans were sneaking over the Canadian border. I was so proud. I swear. And you know where they started coming in? They snuck north over the Manitoba border in February. That's some good planning. You know, there's no guards there, but I'd have loved to have been a greeter, at least. Just stand by the dotted line there. Watch some scraggly caravan of Yanks having their first prairie moment. Huh? Jesus, how can there be nothing? Hello, bonjour. Welcome to the promised land. You know when it happened, all they were thinking, the leader would be going, oh man, it must get hotter in the city, right? It gets hotter when you go into the city. Oh yeah, just keep going north to the hot zone, like we say here. Winnipeg is actually our Hawaii. I'd be handing out the Winnipeg lei, just a wreath of frozen wheat, Lipsil, beer caps, and Robitussin all the way around. There you go, brother. Aloha. Yeah, that was a page out of the Bazaar, eh? I hope they can straighten up before too long. Like 3 years into it, when that guy was still in, oh my God. I was at the hardware store in the spring. I mean, in the fall, I had to get rid of all these flying wasps were everywhere in my yard. So it's like September, I go into the hardware store, I get a can of this Raid Wasp and Hornet Killer. Maybe you saw it. Seen it, it's black can, yay high. And, but there was a new warning on the label. It said, caution, do not spray directly into your eyes. How am I supposed to see if it works? I don't know, what the hell is this thing doing here? It wasn't there before. And I looked way down at the bottom, and it said, made in the USA. Only a country that could have elected that would require this type of a heads up. Okay? Imagine the warnings down there on a box of nails. Just be ink all the way around. Do not hammer into your face, feet, forearms, neck, knees, nose, or nuts. Oh, jeepers, these is dangerous. But what do I know? I'm trying to share what little I know about farming with you fine folks. I know out east they have going concerns. I was in this little store in the PEI once, and on the produce aisle, they have on its own shelf, they had this pineapple, and they still do this, a pineapple on display like the Holy Grail. And there's lights on it, and I heard music, and there was a fancy tag said, imported. Well, what can you think but good? I mean, I find whenever I'm in the Maritimes, I like to have most of my tropical fruit brought in. I find a lot of the locally grown pineapple tastes a hell of a lot like corn. I know in the West, you get some unique stuff. You ever been through? Oh, if you're on the Trans-Canada, go through Saskatchewan. You look to the south, they have this giant llama farm, non-indigenous animal. I mean, they don't seem adapted to that environment, standing there with a 4-foot-long neck. I mean, no offense, but what do they have to look over? I'm just saying them Saskatchewan llamas got one hell of a view. On a clear day, they could look out and see their own ass. Eh? No way. Yeah, and this is true north and west of Edmonton. I'm driving along in January because my agent is kind of a prick. Anyway, I had to get to this show. And what do I see over here? They had an ostrich farm. Ostriches just fitting in, eh? Fresh from the savannas of Africa. They're all like huddled, like they huddle in a circle. There must be some rudimentary communication. Hey, maybe a little, psst, do you find it a little goddamn nippy today? Jesus, look at me, I'm growing fur. I went to stick my head in the sand, I knocked myself out last week. Anyway, yeah, that's it. I love coming in, trying to talk, you know, like you guys trying to join the band. Maybe we can relate on some other elements of the world, you know. I've been hitched a while. I've been married a chunk now. I'd recommend marriage, any guy. Not that keen on making another decision again, you know. Ladies, be proud. Oh, no brains, no cash, husband. Eh? I remember I used to have a little cash in this pocket. Usually I don't have a lectern in front of me. That was, once again, I'm in the right pocket, incidentally. And because, you know, when you're single, you still remember, I used to have some change at least, was mine. Now every dime come in the house has been labeled. She's got it categorized and pigeonholed. I go out for a couple of brew. She's waiting for me in ambush at the door. Did you spend our Sunday, get some hamburger, go to the barbecue money? Gee, it looked like drinking money, you know. It was so dark in there, sweet pea. Oh, you guys don't drink? Ah, I had the wrong crowd. That's the electricians, that's right. Yeah, oh yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying, sometimes you get in trouble. I mean, I've been married like, sheesh, a while. You know, you meet a girl, here's the thing, ladies, and own up. There's duplicity with the ladies, I think. There's trickery afoot. You meet a girl, first time you talk to a lady, they're always caring and sensitive, all the things you care about. But I've been married a while, I'm finding she's nowhere near as sensitive anymore. Really, something about that first Christmas where you had a dinner party, she storms up to me after. How could you embarrass me like that in front of all my friends? Now I got to remind her, hey, it's me that puked. Where'd my cuddle run off to now? We've had a good run. Let me paint it the wrong way. I had it's actually 34 years. We had in September, 34 years. I remember I'm thinking of all this time and places we went and all that. She never liked my friends that much, dragging me to after parties and stuff. But, you know, and all the trouble I get in with her. And then you got to come groveling back. And then it hits me out of nowhere on that day. My God, she's never apologized to me. Hey, ladies, can you even believe your ears? Absolute truth. I mean, with all the embarrassing, soul-crushing apologies I've had to churn out for her, it didn't seem fair. I was getting a little ticked. Here she comes in the room. Excuse me, dear. Do you realize 34 years you've never apologized to me once? And she'd been caught. She put her head down, and she looks up, leans over, and slaps me in the face and goes, sorry, and walks away. Oh, my God, I was still laughing 10 minutes later. I never had a chance. But that's the thing they always say, you know, when you hear it in conversations as a younger man and through life, I always hear, a happy wife is a happy life. I thought, what a cheerful little poem. Of course, what they don't say, an unhappy wife is an ungodly nightmare. I guess it doesn't rhyme. Can't be important. I shouldn't. But I mean, no, here's something that happened. I was getting ready for a show, and because I've been watching your elections, if you'll get on board with my silliness, I'm getting ready for a show, and I always shave in the afternoon. And I'd just gotten this present, a 5-blade razor. And fellas, you may be thinking, is that quality stainless steel blades, Derek? I do not believe they were, no. I think originally they were scraps of aluminum siding, crushed relatively flat with pliers. The 5-blade razor, how it works is the first blade opens the skin, and the next 4 excavate. So in one move, I took 3 layers of skin off me, a chunk of me hits the ground. I'm bleeding so bad, hour and a half with the paper towels. I'm not kidding, I'm getting carpal tunnel here. Holy God. Finally, the clot thickens, eh? Oh my God. So like I'm not oddball looking enough. That's what I needed, was some red laser beam bouncing off of my upper lip. Hey, what do you do with this? Life throws you a curve, you walk it off. So I'm walking it off. In comes my dear wife. Hey, look what I did. Don't worry about it. Hey, it's not you who has to walk in front of strangers and talk later. Oh, okay, well, follow me. So we go back in the bathroom. What, has she got a time machine in there? No, she takes, from a secret drawer, takes out this beige tube. Folks, cover up. My God. Hey, she touches it with her finger, reaches over to me, does this. I look in the mirror, it's gone. The dot, the gouge has completely vanished. And at one moment I'm relaxing, and a second later it hits me. Oh my Christ, I have no idea what this woman looks like. What kind of cave troll, orc troglodyte am I legally obliged to? Good God, the tube is half empty. she could have a missing leg. I would have known. But, you know, there it is. There it is. It's a live and learn thing. When we're getting older together, it's weird. Her hearing is actually improving. Doesn't seem fair. Mine's, I'm losing the upper ends, the higher registers. Hers is getting better. We'll sit out in our tiny front porch you get in Toronto, you know, sit out and have a cup of tea sometimes and a chat. And she'll go, "You gonna get that?" "What, did you tell a joke? I've just been daydreaming here." "No, doofus, quick, go answer the phone." Imagine that, folks. The phone. Through a wood door over traffic sounds, 3 rooms over, she can hear ding-ling-ling-ling-ling. Good gravy, no wonder I'm so paranoid. I come home after a show like this, particularly like this, and I tiptoe down the basement, Anyway, I tiptoed down. I've never used the thing for... And I grab a beer, but I still cough when I open it, you know. Excellent. Because you got to know. Thing is, ladies and gentlemen in particular, God, if you're going to pull this roost, make sure you got to cough a few times during the day just to set it up. If you suddenly start coughing after midnight, she will sit bolt upright in bed. That is not the regular soundtrack of this house. Who's drinking? No, I had it nailed. Actually, if I have cans of beer, I got to make sure she hears a different cough. It's more like a oh, geez. I think I'm getting phlegmy, honey. I guess maybe I just drink too much. Thanks a lot for bringing that up, ladies and gentlemen. I just party along. Okay, well, okay. Let's talk about this one thing we can't avoid. And you see me right in front. I can't believe I made it this long in this world. But the whole thing, you get older. It's not glamorous, I swear to God. Folks are getting older know how you're treated in the media, for instance. Like every summer in Toronto, they have 3 or 4 what they call heat alerts. They always say the same thing: stay hydrated, drink plenty of water. And whatever you do, don't leave kids, pets, or seniors unattended in the car. Well, there's 2 slaps in the face for seniors. Well, first of all, why are they listed after pets? Like, what kind of sick priorities in this town? I guess the second thing is, what makes you think they can't get out of the goddamn car? It's not a crate of rutabaga, is it? It's a human being back there. Oh, Grandpa's got 39 years in the workforce. Oh, yeah, but he never learned how to crack a window. Doors and windows, his Achilles heel, Grandpa. But honestly, yeah, that's the kind of stuff you get. Oh, this is absolute fact. I'm walking through my living room. Somebody left the TV on, and I see very much senior citizens doing those, 1950s kind of jive dances. You're picking people up. It's all athletic and coordinated. No way. Could this be a competition for this age group? I turn it up. No, it's a commercial for protective undergarments. Is this the end of civility, I ask you? Is this how... I'm old enough now. This is not how seniors think. Oh, you lose control of your functions. There's your first thought. Well, point me to the dance floor, would you? Where's my beige trousers? Incontinent, you say? I'm going to need a brightly lit space where I can leap and twirl around with all the people I'll see again. I can feel the anuses tightening in this room right now. It's not offensive, folks. Well, then again, you've already taught me I drink too much. We should have better elections. Maybe this is offensive. I'll have to be more careful. I learned a lot here with the OFA. But anyway, yeah. It looked for all the world like they were testing the very boundaries of that product. Hey, honey, finish that prune smoothie. We're going to trampoline land. Let's see what these puppies can do. I'm laughing. Won't you join me? This has been all kind of fun and educational all wrapped up. The thing, all these small town folks, you always get it if you move to a place like Toronto, people always go, oh, you think you're so smart now you're from Toronto. What a bizarre notion, huh? Toronto is just a magnet. There's no test to get in. Every reject from their little town can't fit in. Every pinhead, wanker, putz, and dipstick can't fit in where they're from, pull up stakes, and they just move to Toronto. There's not evidence of smart anywhere you look. I'm down the street, I swear, in the East End from a place they call Lucky Driving School. Because you don't want to waste your time with alert or defensive driving. It would be nestled in the arms of them lucky instructors. At Lucky, our motto is, holy jeez, that was close, eh? You know, simple stuff. I mean, this guy opened a big store. It's got this picture windows all across the front of the parking lot. And this has got to be 8 months ago. Every time I go, the store's called Balloons and Bears. Well, finally, no more driving all over town. In one central location, all those products. I swear, folks, I've been past it dozens of times. I've never seen one car in that parking lot. I feel so bad for him. If I had the wherewithal, I would open a business right across from his. We could share the parking lot. I'd call it Grapefruits and Pencils. And we could just stand outside and watch each other go bankrupt. How's it going, buddy? That's my new hometown. We had a guy, and the last bit of actual newspaper you can get is the local stuff, the Beach Metro News. Guy in there, and I'm not kidding, some guy got himself wedged in the hole of a porta potty. Don't ask me details. I know you will be upset already by the tenor of this joke, but this really happened. He somehow got in there, and he got wedged in, and weirder yet, they saved him because you don't want to lose that precious genetic code. People, I read the paper. It said apparently he had dropped his car keys down the reservoir. Listen to that outpouring of empathy from you heartless pricks. No, honestly. Went down there, and I guess you went somehow in to rescue it. But wouldn't you think in your own life, in your own shoes, oh man, I could use a new car. I'm not going to live forever, for God's sakes. But this guy somehow managed to get jammed in, and as cold and heartless as you just seemed there, what would you really do? Say you're walking through a park, and one of these spooky plastic rooms is there, and suddenly you can hear a human voice, hey? Help! Hey, you'd just be, what the hell? I'm having trouble breathing, help! Yeah, I don't think so, Rapunzel. You're a victim of what we call natural selection. Take a look around you. You're going to a better place. Thank you, guys. You've been so kind and so sweet with me. I've been pulling your leg a little bit up here. Thanks for taking the moments. I know you've been listening all morning. Thank you, everybody, for listening up.
Thanks, Derek, for bringing a bit of humor to the end of our meeting, and I'd just like to say we can really appreciate the second most famous person from Timmins. I love that line the best. You know, I feel for you, man. So I think Peggy, are you coming up, the fiery redhead from the back? Get up here. You're supposed to finish things off.
Having 5 kids and the last one's now in driving school, it was the lucky drive, the lucky cars. That is what went through my mind. Thank you, Derek. And I enjoyed that. And it kind of takes some of the pressure off of me. I've often started my speeches with kind of a little story, something personal, and I'm going to do the same. About a week or two ago, I was in Guelph again, and we used to always meet at the Holiday Inn. And from the Holiday Inn, like Kathy said, I do a lot of walking, or at one time jogging, but now more walking. If you go about a half-hour walk downhill, just keep going downhill, eventually you get to the river. There's a beautiful trail down there. And I have to say, when I go down there, a lot of memories come back because moments of joy and moments of really hard times, a lot of the board would go home and I would stay because you don't go home to Thunder Bay if tomorrow you have another meeting. You have time to reflect there. And it's a beautiful place. Could hear the squirrel in the bush, and eventually he came out. The trees are a beautiful color. And this particular time, though, I had to laugh. Hadn't been down to the river for a while. And I got there, and, you know, the beavers have found the river. And I'm not a fan of beavers. And so along the river's edge, all these trees, and you can see they've been gnawed off to the top. Nice little pointy things, definitely things you can stab yourself on. Someone has come along and cut some of them smooth so you won't hurt yourself, but you can see the beavers have come along the way. And for all the consistency of that river in my time in 12 years, and the fact that every raindrop will eventually run to the sea, there is still change. And yeah, the sun will shine a little brighter in that corner where the tree is gone, etc. And I think that's true for myself as I reflect on 12 years, and it's true for this organization too. So many things are going to stay constant, and yet there is still always change. In the last 12 years, I have witnessed a lot of change, and not just my hair color and style. At one point, just out of humor, my daughter got a blue streak, and I said to my hairdresser, well, actually, I'd like to go red. But he actually misunderstood, and he thought I wanted fluorescent red, which looked like Ronald McDonald. And I washed and washed and washed. There are pictures somewhere of me having pink hair at a lobby day, because that was as good as it was going to get. Some of the issues have come and gone. When I started on this board, the heavy issue actually was wind turbines. And we've come through that, and neonics, and so many other issues. The times and technology have changed too. When I started on the board, we actually used our personal emails. We didn't even have an OFA email address. And that has come through as well. It seems like a long time ago in a way, and yet 12 years has flashed by. In a lot of ways, I cut my teeth at OFA. In particular, my advocacy teeth. I was president in Thunder Bay, one of the smallest federations we have in the province, and we don't do things like some of you. Some of you have the resources and the ability to be actually lobbyists and advocacy powerhouses. You do amazing things. And I came to the board from a federation where we were happy to have a booth or two at a couple of events. But Thunder Bay is home, and what home taught me was that you had to work together as a community. You couldn't just be dairy farmers, because there weren't enough of us to do a lot of things. You couldn't just be beef farmers. You had to do things together. And when you come to Thunder Bay, more people have said that's what the lingering effect is. We're a pretty strong community. And when I got to OFA, it's the same thing. We all come from different places, but we all have some common pieces that we want to bring together. I was Northern Director first, and for 3 years, I covered 10 districts. It's over 15 hours driving from one end to the other, and then you still can go south down to Muskoka. It was a huge territory, and Northern Ontario welcomed me with open arms. I got to see a scope that so few get to. In Temiskaming, they taught me a lot about what lobbying was. They pulled me into a meeting with Ted McMeekin in order to save the research station in New Liskeard, and they had all of their speeches figured out. There was a rep from sheep and a rep from dairy and a rep from beef, and in a circle. Ted McMeekin came in, and he had been given the sheet, you know, the one that has your photo and your name beside it and who you are. And we had all prepped and we all had lines. And Ted McMeekin goes, "Hey, how you doing, Penny? Very good to see you today." And they still tease me about being Penny. But like I said, everywhere they went, they welcomed me and challenged me and encouraged me. And in some way, Northern Ontario will always be my people first. I almost quit being on the OFA board after those 3 years. And don't forget, when you get an OFA board, you have a group of very strong leaders. And strong leaders, sometimes we butt heads. And it was challenging, to say it shortly. It was challenging at times. There is a power struggle there sometimes when leadership is so strong. And I said, I'm stepping out. And so zone directors come up in June, and I didn't run, and Mark Kunkel took my place, and we had this summer. Don't forget, in my home life, we were building a new barn, and one of my daughters was really, in the long run, very deathly ill at the time, and it came around. But at that moment, I just thought, I can't do this anymore. And we got to September, and my husband said to me, you know, you actually like it. And I gave it a lot of thought, and he was right. There were pieces of OFA that I loved to do. I loved the advocacy. I loved being engaged. I loved the conversations around the table. And I said to him, well, if I'm going to run for director at large, I'm going to run for the executive. And I did. And I became vice, and I was vice 3 years, and then now president, and the rest is all history. Didn't look back. Here we are. I have been very blessed to serve as your president. The pieces I am proud of, and this was my list this morning, because truly I've written this morning. One of them is the mental health awareness. I am so pleased that we have built and worked so hard to say it's okay to not be okay. And I have to say there was a point where even I was at that place. I did a lot of the media interviews at the time, and we were in a drought in our area, and we had a very emotional meeting with the minister. We had people, it was hard. And at one point I had to say to staff, you have to pass the interviews to somebody else for a while, because I just can't do this. And you have the support of a team that is willing to step up and say, we got you. We'll do this. We've got you. And I hope each of you know that whether you're in your local county federation or your community, or you're here in this big room, there are people who will catch you if you just say, I need help. Second thing I'm really proud of is we've done a lot of work towards the diversity, equity, and inclusion conversation. I am not the first person to be first woman to be president of OFA. In fact, one of them is here in the room, Betty Jean. I'm not the first Northerner. Jack Wilkinson's here, and there's been others, Ron Bonnet, etc. But when I got to the board, I was Northern, and I was female, and I was the youngest person in the room. And I got mistaken as the secretary many times when I went to meetings, and no, actually I'm the vice. And it was really funny, actually. You'd start the meeting, and they'd go, you'd quietly listen as the other directors did their thing, and then I got to ask this really tough question, and you'd see some scrambling to look at business cards. Who the heck is she? Most of all, about what I'd like to say about DEI is you guys said I was okay and leaned into it and embraced that even if I was different, it was all right and I belonged, and that if I can do it, any of you can. And I hope you know that. Wherever you come from, whether it's a small federation or a big one, you got this. You can do it if you want it, and lean into the support team that's there. The third one is the most recent advocacy work we've done on homegrown and farmland preservation. And that one, I don't know if anyone will realize how tough that was, how difficult it was to be a part of a conversation where at times we were very much at odds with government, and yet you had to keep going. But the strength of it is we never did it alone. And we worked as a team, we coordinated with others. We were a team and are a team. And that's the way of the future. Lean into working together, sharing your common goals. Let's get it done together. When the only reason the 3-lot severances changed wasn't because OFA alone did something, it's because we worked with others and brought commodities in and brought local federations in. And so many of you signed on your federation stamp and said, we care about this too. And the commodities signed on and went and spoke to ministers and even the Prime Minister himself and said, no, this has to change. And we made a difference. Do you know how many times at that point the current government had turned? It was 2. One when the nurses and the unions got behind them and said, no, when the unions got behind them and said, no, you're wrong. And when OFA and agriculture as a whole got behind it and said, this isn't the right way. We can do this. We've made a difference. In that conversation, I have to say, we stood up for what was right. And whatever you do, stand up for what is right. I've often encouraged board members at the board table when you're having a discussion, if you don't agree, vote no. And that's okay. You don't have to just keep your hands at the table. Say no. And when the board discussion is done, you have to leave the room in consensus. But it's okay to be the voice that says, I see a challenge here, there might be something wrong. Because you have something valuable to share, and we have to consider all sides. Saying that, when we stood up to government, there's a Dutch saying my husband once told me, and it is, tall trees catch a lot of wind. And that means it's not going to be easy to stand up and be the person that says, hold up. So stand firm, have strong roots, intertwine yourselves with the others around you, be amazing in all of that. I have some very important thank yous to say. One is to my husband, Gert. He has been my rock and my home, and he has reminded me who I am when the day is done, who I really am. And he has let me vent, and he has loved me through it all, and he has let me soar. And my kids, who grew up very quickly and learned to cook meals and learned to, were willing to milk cows and do chores. They always left me the laundry. So I've come home to a lot of laundry. But my family has been amazing, and I love them all. I love you all. To the staff, and there are too many to name, but you make OFA great. You are the constant in the change. Board members come and go, but you support us. You help us build the foundation of our messages. You ensure that we have a place to sleep when we meet for the board meetings, and you are the way that we can be great. Because we often, as farmers and board members, have other things we have to do at home too, and yet somehow you make it work for us. So thank you to the staff. And thank you especially to Kathy. If you ever want to get shit done, Kathy is the person, but not just get stuff done. She is thoughtful and mindful, she's energetic, and you bring it all together with your team. And wow, you are amazing. And I can't find you. And oh, there she is. You are amazing. And I am really going to miss our Friday calls where we talked about life. Friend forever. And to my, yeah. To the board, I never would have done it without you. You guys honed my skills as much as I helped you. You guys have been so encouraging and walked with me when it was tough, both at the board, but also when things were tough at home. You guys cared. And sometimes at the board table, it can't be personal. You got to lean into it's about the issues. But when we walk away, there are still people behind that. And so thank you for caring. Thank you. Great friends, and in honor of the one that passed away on the way, mes amis, my friends. To the membership, thank you for your support, for your pushback, for your calls, and your emails. Again, you guys helped hone my skills. You ensured that we had the right message, and you will keep doing that going forward. I had a couple of things. Kathy said a lot of the sayings I may have shared, but I had a couple things I'd share. One is Ivy School of Business. I spoke there not that long ago and talked about agriculture in the sense of business, people, planet, profit. We have challenges of not enough people and mental health. We have planet, we're continually trying to improve the environment. Profit, it has been tight. There are solutions and different things to that, but the greatest threat to agriculture in my mind is probably apathy, and people just don't care. Their lives are full. When you go and talk to a politician and become personal to them, you change that. So don't stop talking to people. Don't think it doesn't matter, it does. And on their part, connect with them where they are. They ate today. Unless they hunted, gathered, or grew it themselves, a farmer grew it. It just is a question of where, and Ontario continues to grow the best food for Ontario, Canada, and the world. It isn't much longer. I want you also as membership. It may sound selfish, but I'll say continue to support your leadership. We can certainly debate things out, but outside of that, encourage them and tell them when they've done it right as often as you tell them when there's something that they have missed, because it's hard to do this job. I would never give it up, and I've said a few times, there's very little that I would change in what I did, but also lean into they care about you, and you have a vested interest in them doing amazing things. We are one agricultural body. Celebrate the wins together. And last, collaboration is really the way forward. And we've really built that in my last 3 years on the board. Some of that is about Kathy. She's an amazing networker, but a lot of it is about we just had some common goals and we leaned into them. So continue to lean in. In the last 2 weeks, I got a couple of emails. One was for a roundtable on the PAWS Act. One was or two of them were for events regarding housing in the province, and can you be there to consult? There were a couple others too. And I have to say, it was, in one way, it was like, oh, I don't get to go to that because it's after today. On the other hand, I leave those type of issues that I've had a piece of, and now I give them to the new board. And I leave it in absolutely excellent hands. Those who are staying as well as those who are coming in. And those that have done this before, you know what? You also have passed the torch, but don't stop doing what you're doing because you are amazing advocates everywhere you go. I am extremely proud to have been your president. I am proud to farm, and I am very proud to have been a piece of sharing the news and will continue to share farms and food forever. Thank you.
I feel like I should have went before all of that. But on behalf of the OFA Board of Directors, I'd like to recognize Peggy Breckfeld for her more than a decade of service with this organization. Peggy first joined the board of the OFA in 2011, representing Northern Ontario, and served up until today as Director at Large. Together with her husband Gert, she owns Woodstar Farms, a 75-cow dairy farm in Murillo near Thunder Bay, where they also grow canola, wheat, and barley. Peggy held the role of vice president from 2014 to 2020, and in 2020 was elected as our 32nd president of OFA and the third woman to lead this organization. Becoming president in the midst of a pandemic wasn't easy, but Peggy handled the challenge like the pro that she is and led this organization through some of the most unusual times any of us have ever experienced. In 2021, she was named one of Canada's most influential women in agriculture. Peggy is also currently the chair of the Canadian Agriculture Human Resources Council, chair of the President's Council, vice chair of the Agriculture Adaptation Council, and a director with Can Lead Solutions. I've had the opportunity to work alongside Peggy for the last number of years. 10 years I've been on the board, 7 years on the executive. She's been a mentor and a friend to me and many others, a support system, a tireless advocate, and I'm eternally grateful for her support over the last number of years. We'll do our best to stick to the message, to stick to policy, follow the plan, and go for walks. But I can't keep up with Sarah, so I'll have to find a new walking partner. I think we're going to cue the video. Is that right? Are we doing the video again? Let's play the video. Yeah,
Culture is a way of life. I am proud to speak for those whose feet touch the soil and who work with plants and animals to feed the world every day.
Positive,
caring,
dedicated,
motivated, passionate,
resilient,
authentic,
resilient,
genuine, kind,
a smart cookie, inspiring, a mentor,
team player,
thoughtful, hopeful,
leader.
Hi everybody, this is Peggy.
Hey everybody.
Hey Ontario Agriculture. Hey Ontario Agriculture, this is it. I'm issuing a challenge. Good afternoon everybody. Morning. It is great to have this opportunity to connect with you today. Opportunities like COPS and being at the Outdoor Farm Show is all about engaging with members and hearing their stories and being able to take that and use it as we develop policy and in our advocacy efforts. Homegrown is all about protecting farmland because that is where your food comes from. Farmers grow food and you eat it. It's a beautiful thing.
From Northern Director to Vice President to President, you've done a good job, Mom. Hold your head high.
Hey Mom, I'm so proud of everything you've accomplished in your years in OFA, both as Vice President and as President. And I'm really excited to see what you're going to do in the years ahead. I'm sure that everybody in the office is really going to miss your dimples and your very noticeable laugh. And whatever happens, we'll all be behind you 100%. Love you.
Some things that my mom has done well as an OFA president include lobbying hard for farmers and consulting with farmers, listening to their needs and figuring out how to help them. I know this is something her and myself share a bit of a quality of, that we like to work hard to serve and help other farmers not only in our community but in the province. Well done on your retirement, Mom. It's well deserved.
Hi, Mom. I am so proud of you and everything that you've achieved at OFA. You've come so far. You've gone from Northern Director to all the way up to President, and it was so exciting to see you get that far. I was only a kid when you first started at OFA, and now you've gone all the way up to President, and it's so exciting to see you fight these battles and win them for Ontario farmers, and you really show how strong Ontario farmers really are. And it has been amazing for me as a young woman to see my mom really show how strong Ontario farmers really are, and to show what agriculture really means to everyone. I am so proud of you. I love you so much.
Hey Mom, it's me, Faith. I want you to know just how proud I am of you and the incredible impact you've made in the agricultural community. You've accomplished so much through OFA, and it's just so awesome that I get to have a mom that sets such a strong example for me of what it means to work hard for what you want. You've given all of us kids a whole lot to live up to, which is gonna be hard. You've been at OFA for 12 years, which is insane to me. I can't remember a time you weren't working hard both at home and at your job. So with that, we're all waiting with eager anticipation to see what the future holds for you. And of course, you already know this, but I'll say it anyway. Love you, Mom.
12 years of OFA. Peg, congratulations. It's been quite a journey. You started as just a regular board member 12 years ago, and you moved up to the exec. You became vice president, and the last couple of years you've been president. It's been quite a journey, and I've watched you also grow. And as much as you like to stay home too, I also saw that twinkle in your eye whenever I brought you to the airport. It is where you needed to be, and the OFA has benefited from you greatly. I am very proud of you. Of course, I am your husband too, but I am very grateful for all the time that you try to spend at home, but also for the time that you work for us on behalf of all the farmers here in Ontario. It's been quite a journey, and I've been looking forward to see where the next part of your journey is going to go. Love you, Beck.
Peggy, I want to start with you. What are farmers most concerned with right now?
Well, to be fully honest, we're just concerned, can we get the crops off? Is the rain ever going to stop? And I think most farmers find that the critical mass of today and this season. Outside of that, we are concerned about the pressure on farmland and trying to preserve it.
Peggy Breckfeld at the Ontario Federation of Agriculture is on the push to grow Ontario's $47 billion industry.
I think way too often we take a look out the window and we see that large field and think to ourselves, this would be a great place to build houses. It looks easy. And instead of looking at our current urban footprint and thinking about how can we build how can we renew and review our downtown cores?
This is real urban pressure coming this way. You see the houses are being built there, whether it's geopolitical or pandemic or even just transportation issues. The challenges will be there if our food comes from other places.
Well, Peggy, it's been quite a while since our paths first crossed on that cold day at a Sudbury PAC meeting many years ago. But it's been terrific to be able to watch you forge a path through the organization and grow and develop into the terrific leader that you've become today. You've also been a wonderful example for a whole generation of young women and men who aspire to follow in your footsteps of agriculture advocacy. Along the way, you've made sure that you've been driven by passion, but always been compassionate in your actions, and that's what I admire most about you. As well as being able to sit alongside you as a fellow board member, over the years it's been my pleasure to have the opportunity to develop and foster a very special friendship. None of us know where the journey lies ahead for us, but congratulations, Peggy, on all your successes. And until our paths cross again, all the best, my friend.
Congratulations, Peggy. Thank you for looking out for mental health issues as well as commodity issues.
Peggy, thank you for all you have done for us, and I'd like to wish you luck, happiness, and health through your next chapter of life. Merci, mon ami.
Hey Peggy, as the sun sets on another harvest here in Essex County, I just want to take time to say thank you. Thank you for your leadership, your camaraderie, and your friendship. I've always appreciated the discussions we were able to have on behalf of Ontario agriculture, and on behalf of myself, as well as many others, I want to wish you all the very best, and thank you for the years of service that you put in helping farmers across Ontario. Be well.
We are confident that by expanding the list of qualifying farm fuels to include natural gas and propane, and by amending the definition of eligible farm machinery, over 900,000 acres of farmland in the Golden Horseshoe, it has declined by over 4% in only the last 5 years. And if we continue to lose 40,000 acres of farmland during each census break, Canada is one of few countries that has the ability to grow more food than we will ever consume. I actually think there are 3 things that threaten sustainability in agriculture. The first one probably is top of your mind, and that is climate change. And the world is changing, and so how do we change with it?
I think it's possible I have the last word here today, so I hope I can make it good. Peggy Breckfeld, it has been an honor to be your right hand over the last 3 years as you have presided over the Ontario Federation of Agriculture as our president. And I've learned a lot from you over the last 3 or 4 years, and some of those things I'd like to share here today. The first one is every time you say yes to something, you say no to something else. And gosh, you say yes all the time. And take time away from your family and your farm and your community to help out the Ontario agriculture industry in so many ways. And I want to say thank you for all of the times that you said yes. You also taught me a lot about having the difficult conversations and leaning in, and don't be afraid. And that's certainly something that you have demonstrated time and time again in so many ways. So thank you for your leadership in having the difficult conversations. Another thing that I've learned from Peggy is always follow the process. So oftentimes when you feel stuck or you're not sure where to go yet, reflect back and do the right thing and follow the process. The next one is a little bit more sentimental, and I hope many of you have been the recipient from a handwritten note by Peggy, or had a phone call, or even a letter. It's something that's really important to her to still get in touch with people and make sure that they know that they are important and valued and and really important parts of the OFA and agriculture team. So thank you for that reminder, Peggy. Another one is go for a walk, whether it takes 10 minutes to blow off some steam or an hour to find yourself. Oftentimes getting away from your desk, getting away from the barn, find yourself when you can get outside and go for a walk. And the last thing I think that I'd say is thank you. Thank you, Peggy, for being a great leader, for being a mentor to me and to so many, and thank you for your friendship. I wish you and your family all the very best in the next chapter.
So Gert, if you wouldn't mind making your way up to the stage, we've got a couple presentations to make. Peggy, we're going to miss you around the board table, and as a board member and as the organization, we thank you for your commitment to Ontario's farmers and the tireless dedication you've shown in advocating on behalf of this industry. We also appreciate the behind-the-scenes support from your husband, Gert, who is here, and your family, which helped make your involvement in OFA possible. We know that it takes a village and it takes a lot of sacrifice at home. Nobody knows that more than the other directors around the table. So thank you very much to Gert. We have a small token of our appreciation. We know that you'll still be busy with your other roles, but we also wish you all the best with whatever your new endeavors might be, and that you'll be embracing once you leave the OFA. We have another a gift for Peggy.
I'm going to save that. Can I show this? Yeah. So I saw the other people that got the big box.
While Peggy pulls that out, the jackets we've given out to the retiring directors this year, they all have the OFA logo and their years of service on the sleeve, so I think it's a nice little touch.
Grab a corner, Kurt. Oh, maybe we got the wrong corner.
Just like that, she disappeared. Yes. On the one corner, it's marked with the OFA logo. So that's it for us. If you have anything else left in your booklet to say, it's all yours.
Love you all. Thank you. Just thank you. I have work. One more picture? Come this way. Here, Kurt.
You're in the perfect spot.
We'll figure this out. Yep. Okay. Last pieces of work in this room. Number 1, exhibitor passport winners, 3 of them, and they have to come see Kelly, who's right here. Their names, Kaylee Ron, Larry Freeman, and Emma Ouellette. Please come and see Kelly at the end of this. And we would like to call the board up, and I will name them, but don't wait for your name, just start coming. Paul Maurice, Mark Reeser, Drew is here, Vanessa Renault, Jackie Kelly Pemberton, Steve Brackenridge, Bruce Butter, Paul Vickers, Ethan Wallace, Teresa Van Ray, Crispin is here, Louis Roche, Sarah Wood, Larry Davis, Tracy Arts, Jen Dolman, and Bill Grunheid. And this is your current, for a few more minutes, Board of Directors. You guys are amazing. I'd like to invite the four new ones: Andrea McCoy-Napersco, Clint Cameron, Brian Cruz, and Angela Cammert. Please come forward, and please welcome your new and mixed boards. That is all I have. Do not take your clickers with you. I said it too early before, but I'm saying it now. Leave your clickers here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.